Hey everybody, this is the introduction to The Dialectic of Capital, a study in the inner logic of capitalism, Volume 1 by Thomas Sekine. I don't know if it's Thomas Sekine or Sekine. I've read, I think he has like a smaller, more accessible version of this book that I read a long time ago, which was, I remember being very insightful. The difficulty with his books, and this is true of his books as well as Garrett Royton's books, which I think he's a fascinating author as well, but they have a lot of formulae in them, and so I'm scared that it's going to be hard to straight up read it for an audio book, so that's kind of hard. But maybe if I just kind of read what I can, that'll be helpful. I don't know, but this introduction is fucking enormous. So it's 80 pages. Or no, hold on. Let's see. How long is the introduction actually? Yeah. The introduction's 76 pages. Or 73 pages. So yeah. This is gonna be quite a long video if I do it as a single video, which I may or may not do. Anyway, let's rock. I'm gonna read the table of contents first. Wait, is there any oh, nope, there's a dedication. Let me honor the dedication. To my father, with filial affection. This book was originally published with Brill in 2021. I'm not sure if this book was... I'm not sure. I feel like this book might have been written before that, but I'm not sure. We'll see. I guess we'll see in the introduction. But contents: Volume 1, preface to this edition, preface to the first edition, introduction. A. Marxism, Ideology, and Science, with the headings Marxism as an Ideology, the Three Elements of Marxist Knowledge, the Problem of Social Science. Section B, the Significance of the Dialectic, with the headings Hegel's Dialectic, the Rational Kernel of the Dialectic, the Contradiction between Value and Use Value, and C, Political Economy and Socialism. A, with the headings A, the Scope of Political Economy, the Stage of Mercantilism, the Stage of Liberalism, the Stage of Imperialism, the Fallacy of the Logical Historical Method, from Capitalism to Socialism. Part 1 of the book is titled The Doctrine of Circulation, the Being of Capital. And there's introductory remarks. And then Chapter 1 is titled The Form of the Commodity, Quality, the Hegel Correspondence. Section A is titled The Two Factors of a Commodity, Value and Use Value, the Pure Being of Value. A, the value of a commodity. B, the use value of a commodity. C, exchange value or value in exchange. B, the forms of value or the expressions of value as exchange value. The determinate being of value, with the headings A, the simple form of value, B, the expanded form of value, C, the general form of value. And then section C is titled Money, Prices, or Values in the Form of Money, the Being for Itself of Value, with the headings A, Money as the Value Reflector, B, Money, Prices, or the Money Form of Value, C, the Social Cohesion of All Values. Chapter 2 is titled The Form of Money. And there's the next section, the Hegel Correspondence. Section A, Money's function as the measure of value. Money as pure quantity. with the headings A, money as the means of purchase, B, the formation of normal prices, C, the source of the means of purchase. Section B, money's function as the medium of circulation, money as quantum. With the heading A, the chain of commodity transactions, B, the circulation of money, C, currency or the institutional medium of circulation. C, money's function as the store of value. Section C, money's function as the store of value with the headings A, the formation of idle money, B, money as means of payment, C, funds or universal money. Chapter 3 is titled The Form of Capital, Measure. The Hegel Correspondence. Section A, the form of merchant capital, capital as specific quantum, with the headings A, the general formula for capital, B, the activity of merchant capital, C, the limitation of merchant capital, B, the form of money lending capital, capital as the measureless, A, the nature of money lending capital, B, the activity of money lending capital, C, the limitation of money lending capital. Section C, the form of industrial capital, capital as absolute indifference. Heading A, the nature of industrial capital. Heading B, labor power as a commodity. Heading C, the transition to the doctrine of production. End of Part 1. Part 2 of the book, The Doctrine of Production, the Essence of Capital. Introductory remarks. Chapter 4, The Production Process of Capital, Intro-Reflection. Introduction, the Hegel Correspondence. Heading A, the labor and production process, the foundation of capitalist production. A, the labor process and the production process. B, the dual nature of productive labor. C, surplus labor and necessary labor. Section B, the value formation and augmentation process, the existence of capitalist production. Heading A, the labor theory of value. Heading B, the viability of capitalist society. Heading C, the necessity of the law of value. C, the development of the capitalist method of production. Labor power as a commodity, the thing in itself of capitalist production. With the headings A, the rate of surplus value, B, the modern factory system, C, the form of wages. Chapter 5 is titled The Circulation Process of Capital, Appearance. The Hegel Correspondence. A, the circular motion of capital, the phenomenal world of capital. A, heading A, the three circuits of capital. B, productive capital and circulation capital. C, the cost of circulation. Section B, the turnover of capital, the law of phenomenon of capital, with the headings A, efficiency of value augmentation, B, the turnover of constant capital, C, the turnover of variable capital. Section C is titled The Circulation of Surplus Value, no correspondence with Hegel's quote correlation. Heading A, the realization of surplus value, B, the supply of the monetary commodity, C, the conversion of surplus value into capital. Chapter 6, the reproduction process of capital, actuality. The Hegel Correspondence. Heading A, the reproduction of the capitalist relation, the formal necessity of capitalism. Heading A, the production of capital by capital. Heading B, the simple reproduction of the production relation. C, the possibility of an expanded reproduction. B, the reproduction of goods as commodities by capital, the reproduction schemes, the real possibility of capitalism. Heading A, the material aspect of reproduction. B, the circulation of money in the reproduction schemes. C, the replacement of fixed capital. Section C is titled The Actual Process of Capitalist Accumulation, the Unconditioned Actuality of Capitalism. A, the organic composition of capital. B, the cyclical accumulation of capital. C, the value of labor power. And that's the end of Volume 1's table of contents. This is a 2-volume book. I don't know if the introduction is for both of the volumes together or just for this particular volume, but Volume 2 starts with Part 3, the doctrine of distribution, the notion of capital. Introductory remarks. The theory of profit, the subjective notion, the Hegel correspondence. A, the rate of profit, the notion of capital, with the headings A, cost price and the rate of profit, B, the 3 factors influencing the rate of profit, C, interindustrial differences in the rate of profit. Section B, the formation of prices, parenthesis, the judgment of capital, in parenthesis, with the headings A, production prices and the rate of profit, B, the law of average profit, C, the law of market value. Section C, the rate of profit and technical progress, parenthesis, the syllogism of capital, in parenthesis. Heading A, surplus profit reflecting an extra surplus value. Heading B, the law of the falling rate of profit. Heading C, the exposition of the internal contradictions of capitalism. Chapter 8, the theory of rent, the objective notion. The Hegel correspondence. Section A, the first form of differential rent, parenthesis, mechanical relation, end parenthesis, with the headings A, land and landed property, B, the nature of differential rent 1, C, the regulation of arable land and rent. Section B, the second form of differential rent, parenthesis, the chemical relation, end parenthesis, with the headings A, the nature of differential rent 2, B, the accumulation of capital in agriculture, C, differential rent arising on the least fertile land. Section C, absolute rent, parenthesis, teleological relation, in parenthesis. Heading A, landed property and absolute rent. B, the distribution of surplus value in agriculture. C, industrial capital and landed property. Chapter 9, the theory of interest, the idea, the Hegel correspondence. Section A, loan, capital, and interest, parenthesis, life, in parenthesis, with the headings A, commercial credit, B, bank credit, C, the rate of profit versus the rate of interest. Section B, commercial capital and its profit, parenthesis, cognition, in parenthesis. Heading A, commercial capital and the equalization of the rates of profit. B, the cause of commercial profit. C, commercial capital and loan capital. Section C, interest-bearing capital and the completion of the dialectic of capital, parenthesis, the absolute idea, and parenthesis. Heading A, the conversion of capital into a commodity. Heading B, the self-structure of the class structure of capitalist society. C, the self-conclusiveness of the dialectic of capital. And that's the end of the table of contents for volumes 1 and 2 of the Dialectic of Capital, a study in the inner logic of capitalism. Now we're going to move on to the preface for this edition. Marx has been widely known and understood as an outstanding social thinker and revolutionist, and many volumes of work have been devoted to eternalizing him in this regard. Yet it is not so well known and understood that Marx was, at the same time, an exceptionally penetrating and dependable economist whose theoretical acumen arguably surpassed that of Adam Smith and David Ricardo. This important fact in the dogmanistic Geschichte of economics has been carefully hidden and buried for years by the still dominant liberal ideology, which inspires and nurtures, quote, mainstream bourgeois economics, end quote, bidding it to never stop singing the anachronistic hymn of the eternity of capitalism, which is understood to constitute the economic base or substructure of modern society. Impartial proof of this contention, as yet no systematic work that reproduces and restates the full splendor of Marx's economic theory as perceived in a contemporary light, that is to say, as remolded with updated analytical techniques, has been attempted. Marx's economic theory, which was expounded 150 years ago, expressly intended to, quote, lay bare the law of movement of modern society, end quote, has been left to sink into oblivion on the dusty shelves of some obscure archives. The sole exception to the rule has been Kozo Uno's priceless effort towards the Dialectic of Capital. Unfortunately, however, Uno wrote all his work in Japanese, a peripheral language that is yet to become international. He also abided by the old method of using numerical examples to illustrate the theory, rather than rigorously prove the scope of its general applicability. When Western Marxists, in cooperation with neoclassical Marxists, surmounted these limitations, however, their dilettantish approach of picking and choosing topical subjects at random in Marx's economics altogether lacked the systematic approach that an objective exposition of what constitutes the capitalist mode of production, that is, the definition of capitalism by capital itself, required. This book intends to fill that gap, that persistent lacuna in the history of economics, the reclaiming of which has long been overdue. This book was written about 3 decades ago when I was still in the prime of my career. While working on it, I was somehow under the impression that a university press would undertake its publication as soon as the manuscript was completed. However, I was rudely informed at the last moment that some committee or other of the press had decided against it. Was this because the manuscript was too long and heavy, or did the theme of the book appear too unfamiliar to the potential reader? There was and remains no way of knowing, but if the committee was not only wholly made up of blind souls, it may have perceived a potential danger of this book to both bourgeois economics and conventional Marxism. Two professions well attuned to contemporary society as its respectively major and minor ideologies with which to stabilize or appease its superstructure while preserving the appearance of vigorous academic freedom. In rereading the book after so many years, I have that impression rather strongly, since human beings often make a, quote, right, end quote, decision without knowing why. In any case, I then chose to privately publish the book in Japan, Volume 1 in 1984 and Volume 2 in 1986, in a limited number of copies for circulation primarily among my personal acquaintances. I therefore inserted the epithet, quote, preliminary edition, end quote, on the title page in parentheses. Yet over time, the presence of the book began to be known more broadly than I expected, especially after its shortened version, an outline of the Dialectic of Capital, which is the one I said I read, was published in 1997. Around the turn of the millennium, then, I was pleased to be told by Jim Kincaid and Sebastian Budgeon that the possibility existed for this book to be published in a typeset edition. While being grateful to them, I was also rather hesitant, partly because I was still in active teaching and did not believe I could allocate enough time for an overhauling of the manuscript. Now, several years into my retirement, I have more free time at my disposal than before, yet the insidious advance of my age makes it impossible to produce a fully renovated version of this book. For one thing, I am no longer quite as mathematically alert as I used to be, so that it is possible for me to overlook many technical errors that ought to be corrected on this occasion. The only reason I decided to hazard such a risk, however, is that technical lapses can always be corrected without necessarily affecting the overall tenor of the arguments which make up the real content of this book. Therefore, in preparing this new edition, I have adopted and abided by the policy of minimal corrections and alterations of the original text, the overall appearance of which I wished to preserve. Thus, for example, I decided to maintain my original spelling, such as, quote, eyes and isation, and wording, such as commoditize and commoditization, instead of commodify and commodification, which has since become more common usage. I did not change the old-fashioned, quote, mankind to the general neutral, quote, humankind. I even retained the appellative, quote, political economy in the sense of non-bourgeois economics, although today I would prefer to go back to the words, quote, economics in its place, since I have little intention of meddling with political elements in my economic discourse. I have, however, rephrased a number of sentences and added a few more, where appropriate, hoping to make the text more easily readable. My old friend, Professor John R. Bell, has as always offered to me invaluable help in this regard, which I wish to acknowledge with my heartfelt thanks. In order to, quote, electronify the manuscript for this edition, the originally typewritten text had to be scanned page by page, first into PDF files, which were then converted into a Word document. For Volume 1, Joe Wheeler very generously offered to undertake the thankless task. For Volume 2, my wife, Kazuko Sekine, and my daughter, Raiko Salib, have most diligently applied themselves to the drudgery, or what is perhaps better described as corvée abrutissante. Furthermore, the, quote, figures and charts, and quote, that abound in some chapters of this book had to be redone to satisfy the typesetter. My son, Kevin Sekine, offered me his skills in order to meet this challenge. To the selfless assistance of all these persons, I am most deeply indebted. At the present time, the world economy seems to be irrevocably sliding into a deflationary spiral, which will eventually lead to a, quote, Great Depression, comparable in its severity to the one experienced in the dark years of the 1930s, as it becomes clear that no, quote, policy recommendation, quote, proffered by mainstream bourgeois economics would prove effective in reversing or even arresting that ominous fall from grace. The bankruptcy of that ideologically motivated teaching will become apparent. No new, quote, model, inspired by the liberal creed that irredeemably postulates the permanence of capitalism as a pre-established harmony, can possibly furnish an effective measure to hold it back from disintegration when its time expires. To understand why this is so, a Copernican revolution in economics will be necessary. This book, despite the many flaws that may remain, will offer a base upon which to build a new approach to economics, transforming it from wishful thinking to true knowledge. New section. After the above was written 7 years ago, the works to republish this old volume in the present form were interrupted for a long while before being suddenly resumed last year. Already in the twilight years of my life, I'm not certain if I could do all I needed this time to bring this old manuscript fully up to date, so as to serve and appeal to the new generation of readers interested in the economics of this kind. Traditionally, economics never directly studied, quote, capitalism as such, which it felt left in the background more or less as providence that would realize itself automatically if only left to itself unfettered with. It was only Marx who wanted to, quote, lay bare the inner logic of the capitalist mode of production in its whole, whereas Marxists devoted themselves in revolutionary actions, whereby to replace, quote, capitalism with a, quote, socialism. Kozo Uno, who lived from 1897 to 1997, persisted in completing Marx's unfinished work to eventually disclose the full inner logic of capitalism. My work on the, quote, Dialectic of Capital, quote, consciously abides by Uno's tradition. For the preparation of this new edition, I am most deeply indebted for advice and help overall to my old friend Professor John R. Bell, especially in the preparation of the index to this book. I would also like to thank Professor Takashi Sato of Ritsumeikan University for advising me specifically in mathematical matters. Thomas T. Sekine, September 2019. Postscriptum. Since the above was written in 2012, a long interruption somehow intervened before the present work was abruptly resumed early in 2018. By that time, however, due to the aging of the author, the work of finalizing the text of this book could no longer proceed as vigorously and speedily as before. He is grateful to the present staff of the publisher for patiently helping him to keep alert to details and subtleties which otherwise might have escaped his attention. He is also grateful especially to Professor Sato Takashi of Ritsumeikan University, who kindly guided him in regard to the proof of the inequalities. Appearing in section B of chapter 7, The Theory of Profit. Apart from valuable help in such specific points, the author is also most deeply indebted to the constant moral support and encouragement lavished on him by his old friends, Professor R. Albritton, John R. Bell, and Richard Westra, as well as by Mr. Ken Kubota, without which this book would not have been made available in this form. Professor Bell, in particular, and among other things, produced the original version of the subject index to this book, relieving the author from the chore to which he is no longer fit. The only regret that the author must admit at this point is that the original text of this book was written in the 1980s, when the so-called, quote, gender-neutral style of writing, end quote, was not quite as widely in practice as it is today. Ideally, he would have liked to change his archaic style to the new one in this edition, but that would have taken much more time and effort than he could afford at this point. He is therefore obliged to maintain that archaic style reluctantly, unless a chance arises for a new edition of this book while he is still alive. April 2020. Preface to the first edition. The study of Marxian political economy in the West seems to have gained momentum in recent years, as if to presage the impending collapse of bourgeois social science. This tendency is, of course, both reassuring and gratifying, yet many theoretical studies in this direction still concentrate on such specific issues as Marx's value in price theory, crisis theory, reproduction theory, and so on, without paying sufficient attention to the manner in which they might all be integrated into a total system, or in a total system. These studies often imply that the nature of Marxian economic doctrine as a whole could be summarized simply from the conventional understandings of Marxism. Radically different from such an approach is that of Kozo Uno. The latter advances the idea that the Marxian economic doctrine as a whole constitutes a self-contained system, no part of which can be adequately comprehended in isolation from the rest, and that the logical synthesis of this system, which I call the, quote, dialectic of capital, unquote, should precede not only Marxism, but the very concept of capitalism that it intends to criticize. In the introduction to this book, I shall elaborate on the methodology of Uno's political economy. In view of its radical departure from conventional Marxism, Uno's contribution reveals a new direction in which future scholarly works in the Marxian tradition may be developed more fruitfully. The 1980 publication in English of Uno's book, Principles of Political Economy, should therefore lend significant impetus to Western studies in Marxism. Yet the extraordinary conciseness of its style makes it difficult for anyone to immediately grasp the meaning of Uno's thought. While using the text of the Principles in seminar discussions at York University over several years, I was frequently obliged to produce explanatory notes of my own to supplement it. The present volume has developed from the pile of such notes, originally intended to merely elaborate on and amplify Uno's text. Yet as the Dialectic of Capital grew into an independent book, it was inevitable that my exposition would diverge somewhat from Uno's. Just as Uno himself, while intending to be faithful to Marx's thought, did not hesitate to depart from Marx's text, I too felt free to reproduce Uno's thought in my own language without being unduly constrained by the text of his writings. For this Uno would not blame me, since it was he who taught me that what is to be learned is the thought itself, and not the text that more or less imperfectly expresses it. However, I am convinced that this book contains nothing fundamentally opposed to or incompatible with Uno's thought. I have tried to be, quote, innovative only in two respects, both of which are matters of expository technique. First, I have explicitly brought out the correspondence between the Dialectic of Capital and Hegel's logic, a correspondence Uno chose to hold implicit. The purpose is not only to make evident that there is no Oriental mysticism involved in Uno's reasoning, but also to draw on existing Hegel scholarship in the West. Secondly, I have freely resorted to the mathematical method of economic analysis, where appropriate, although Uno, like Marx, held fast to the use of mathematics in the formulation of economic theory. Secondly, I have freely resorted to the mathematical method of economic analysis where appropriate, although Uno, like Marx, held fast to the more traditional arithmetical method. There will be little objection nowadays to the use of mathematics in the formulation of economic theory. However, I must stress here that the formally logical argument must always be assigned its proper place in the total structure of the dialectic. Since the dialectic is not an axiomatic method, it is impossible for the economic theory to be stated entirely in mathematical terms. In this book, the use of mathematics is concentrated particularly in Chapter 7, which will feature in Volume 2, where the theories of price and profit are studied. From what has been said, it should be clear that there is nothing ambiguous about the purpose of this book. It intends to expose the core of Uno's paradigm, which is not yet well known in the West. This book does not intend to make incremental contributions to current debates on various aspects of Marxian economic theory. It is true that it makes its own contributions to the transformation problem, the falling rate of profit, the reproduction schemes, and other popular topics. However, I would ask the reader to appraise them in the context of the dialectic of capital, rather than to immediately try to relate them to current debates. Indeed, similar conclusions of the dialectic and Western Marxism, respectively, may have been reached from altogether different perspectives. For this reason, I have intentionally kept references to the current literature to an unavoidable minimum. But this must not be taken to mean that the dialectic refuses to learn from ongoing theoretical debates or shirks productive controversies with other approaches. The dialectic of capital welcomes criticisms, provided they are offered with an awareness of the whole of its scope. The idea of this book has developed from my teaching and research at York University over many years, during which I benefited from the active support and sympathetic understanding of my colleagues and students. I am especially grateful to Professor Robert R. Albritton. His friendship and encouragement have been invaluable to the preparation of this book, and with whom I have shared a number of first-rate graduate students. The three most promising of them, Messrs. John R. Bell, Colin Duncan, and Brian McLean, have gone out of their way in assisting me to edit the text of this book. No word can suffice to express my gratitude for their kindness and devotion. On technical matters, I have been the fortunate recipient of much willingly proffered advice. I am particularly indebted to Professor Wahidul Haque of the University of Toronto, who went through the whole of an earlier version of the text and brought to my attention many slips which would otherwise have gone uncorrected. I am also grateful to Professor Yoriaki Fujimori of Josai University, Japan, who kindly advised me on many mathematical parts of this book. However, none of these persons is responsible for whatever errors that might still remain. Parts of this book were previously published as articles in Science and Society and York Studies in Political Economy. I am grateful to the editors of these journals for their permission to reproduce the same contents in this volume. In view of the difficulty in publishing a book of this size on a commercial basis, this word processed edition has been prepared as research material at York University in a limited number of copies, pending formal publication. Much of the work in this connection has been carried out during my absence from York University by the secretarial services of its Faculty of Arts, under the guidance of Professor Albritton. My thanks are due to Professor Albritton and Dr. Doris Rippington, the Director of Secretarial Services. I would also like to thank a number of people who cheerfully and competently typed and retyped parts of this voluminous manuscript in the past several years. Thomas T. Sekine, June 1983. Mitaka, Tokyo. Introduction. Section A, Marxism, Ideology, and Science. Heading A, Marxism as an Ideology. The professed aim of Marxism is to dislodge the existing regime of capitalism and to establish in its place an alternative regime of socialism. Understood in this way, Marxism is no more than one of many alternative socialist ideologies. I understand an ideology to be, in the first instance, a set of value judgments more or less clearly formulated that calls for a definite form of social action or, quote, practice, as the latter is frequently called. A, quote, definite form of social action, and, quote, includes consistent inaction which amounts to a conscious or unconscious acceptance of the status quo. A vision or Anschauung, parenthesis, outlook, end parenthesis, that implies a definite form of social action may also be considered synonymous with an ideology. Manifold shades of ideology exist in all societies, ranging from ultra-reactionary to the recklessly radical. As a rule, the more decisive and the social action called for by an ideology, the more clearly it is formulated and the more vigorously it is advocated. A large segment of the population, however, often remains complacent with the existing principles and values of social life, adopting a neutral or center-of-the-road ideology. Such an ideology tends to be inconspicuous and unsystematic, where there is little need to reassert social values that are already accepted. Conversely, every consistent social action, whether conscious or unconscious, implies some ideology. That is to say, a preconceived idea as to what society ought to be like. The quote ought is a matter of practical wisdom and cannot be logically deduced from an objective knowledge of the facts. An ideology that subjectively interprets facts defines the ought of social action. Facts can be perceived either correctly or incorrectly. Knowledge can be established as either true or false. However, an ideology cannot be scientifically right or wrong, true or false. Rather, it is only individually acceptable or unacceptable, and hence socially effective or ineffective. An ideology consists of practical decisions and moral judgments arising from the subjective priorities of the individual or of a group of individuals. Thus, whenever an ideology is in the ascendant, it is so by sheer force of persuasion, which need not necessarily satisfy any criterion of objective truth. An ideology becomes stronger as it forces its way to widespread acceptance and allegiance. In order to achieve their aims, socialists too must vigorously pursue an ideological campaign and win mass support. For this reason, they must form political parties to rally for concrete actions. If all forms of social action are thus explicitly or implicitly motivated by an ideology, it does not follow that the study of society cannot hope to be objective or that social science necessarily retains ideological biases. Since, quote, science means objective knowledge, social science that is not objective is a contradiction in terms. The totality of social actions motivated by different ideologies constitutes a social process. Social science worthy of its name must explain the social process objectively, that is to say, free from subjective interpretations, wishful thinking, and value judgments. In short, free from ideological biases. If no social process could be objectively studied, social science would clearly be an impossibility. But if there is one social process susceptible of objective explanation, it is in principle possible to establish the whole edifice of social science on the knowledge of that process. The purpose of this introduction is to show that the capitalist mode of production is the only social process susceptible to objective analysis. Marxists invariably call for a, quote, unity of theory and practice, end quote, but it is not clear what exactly is meant by, quote, theory in this oft-repeated phrase. If by, quote, theory they simply mean a vision, Anschauung, that calls for a particular type of socialist action, that is, an ideology, the unity of theory and practice is a pure pleonasm, P-L-E-O-N-A-S-M, for an idea of society that does not involve a practice, passive or active, is not an ideology. If, quote, by theory, they mean a natural scientific conjuncture or hypothesis, and by quote, practice, its empirical test by experiments or observations, then the phrase is a commonplace reassertion of empiricism. If by, quote, theory, they mean a revolutionary theory or strategy, and by, quote, practice, its trial and error application, then the phrase merely advises a pragmatic approach to everyday life. According to the conventional interpretation, the, quote, unity of theory and practice, unquote, appears to mean all of these, in which case the slogan amounts to little more than a glorious pontification of conventional wisdom. I believe that a more sensible interpretation of the phrase is possible. If, quote, theory means an objective knowledge of society, and, quote, practice means a particular type of social action, then the unification of the two is possible only by means of an ideology, which is not in this case a blind ideology that ignores the objective knowledge of society, but an enlightened one that presupposes it and specifies a particular type of social action in its light. It makes sense to characterize a, quote, enlightened, end quote, ideology as an ethical converter or transformer of the objective knowledge of society, theory, into a specific form of social action, practice. Even this type of ideology involves ethical judgments and cannot be logically deduced from theory. But since, quote, theory in the sense of objective knowledge does not by itself uniquely determine a specific practice, an ideology has an active role to play in unifying them. If that interpretation is accepted, Marxism can be described as both an enlightened ideology that unifies the objective knowledge of capitalism and a revolutionary practice that aims to achieve socialism. Marxism, in this sense, clearly differs from other socialist ideologies in explicitly recognizing an objective knowledge of capitalist society prior to itself. Marx often criticized utopian socialists for lacking a scientific conception of capitalism and claimed that his own brand of socialism, unlike any other, stood on the scientific analysis of capitalism. Quite apart from what the scientific knowledge of capitalist society might consist in, Marx clearly intended to differentiate his, quote, enlightened ideology from those less sophisticated kinds entertained by the utopian socialists. The utopians were directly moved by the distress of the working class and empirically observed fact, holding capitalism responsible for it. But their theories of capitalism were purely ad hoc, unsystematic, and naive. Marx was not satisfied with the fragile foundation of utopian socialism and sought an objective account of the capitalist mode of production. He believed that true socialism, although itself an ideology involving moral judgments, must at least begin with an objective comprehension of the laws of the existing regime. It is this fact that unambiguously demonstrates the greatness of Marx. Marxism, for this reason, has come to be called, quote, scientific socialism, in contrast to utopian socialism, but this expression is misleading. It is not Marxist socialism itself that is scientific, for Marxism, like any other brand of socialism, is an ideology, and as such cannot be scientific or objective. What is scientifically defensible is the knowledge of capitalist society, which Marxism recognizes as prior to itself. The confusion of prominent Marxists, including Engels, Lenin, and perhaps even at times Marx himself, with regard to this fundamental point has obscured the distinguishing feature of Marxism from other socialist ideologies. The facile idea that Marxism by itself constitutes a science has misled many of its adherents into false conviction of infallibility, which has in turn rendered them less tolerant, more dogmatic, and abrasive than other socialists. The popular conception that Marxism is a secular religion stems, not without reason, from the inordinate self-righteousness and inflexibility of convinced Marxists. The disastrous confusion is nowhere more apparent than in the orthodox Marxist claim of, quote, partisan science, end quote. Marxists are, of course, entirely justified in denouncing the ideological biases of bourgeois social science, insofar as the latter represents a capitalist society one-sidedly, namely from the point of view of the capitalists. The image of capitalist society, when viewed by the workers, may indeed be quite different. For example, from the point of view of the workers, capitalism may not appear to be the paradise of Pareto optimality that standard textbooks of economics never cease to inculcate. Instead, it may appear to be a dismal world of alienation, class hostilities, and exploitation. From this, however, it does not follow that the negative view of capitalist society is necessarily less fallible than the apologetic one. Both are one-sided and contain ideological biases. If several blind men touch different parts of an elephant, it is only to be expected that they will come to widely divergent conclusions. To claim that the revolutionary proletariat, to which history assigns a progressive mission, is necessarily equipped with a God-given clairvoyance is merely to confuse ideology with objective knowledge. In order for the knowledge of capitalist society to be objective, it must surely be intersubjective. That is to say, it must be convincing regardless of one's ideology. This means that capitalism must be understood not in its partial aspects from the differing viewpoints of the capitalists, the workers, or any other sectional interests, but rather as a total social process viewed from all angles. The objective knowledge of capitalist society must, in other words, transcend all ideologies, including socialist ideologies. An ad hoc theory of capitalism or an ideologically motivated interpretation of some of capitalism's empirical phenomena certainly does not satisfy this condition of objectivity. I have so far defined social practice in its narrower sense, without including it in the pursuit of social scientific knowledge. But if the latter is also included as a special form of practice, as is sometimes advised, then it becomes quite logical to conclude that a motivating ideology or, quote, vision should precede it as well. In this case, I shall call such an ideology, quote, passive or, quote, implicit, and distinguish it from the, quote, active ideology, which I have already described as an ethical converter. Indeed, the history of political economy shows that the frontier of knowledge was always opened when a new critical ideology challenged the existing outlook on society, motivating further inquiries. Since society can be studied only by man who lives in society, his pursuit of social scientific knowledge implies his desire to situate himself objectively in society. It is the self-consciousness of the questioning person that, in the form of a passive ideology, motivates the advancement of social scientific knowledge. The present view thus requires a differentiation of ideology into the passive part that precedes objective knowledge and the active part that follows it. The usual neglect of this differentiation stems from the failure to give objective knowledge its proper place. Indeed, if the knowledge of society is either absent or scanty, a passive ideology may immediately link with an active ideology. This is the case, for example, with utopian socialism, which produces no recognizable knowledge capable of mediating the passive and the active part of its ideology. Such an ideology is frail and can never mobilize a significant social force, which might determine the course of history. It remains an ever-present noise in society with varying audibility, depending on contingent circumstances. In contrast, a great ideology that spawns social progress makes some contributions to social scientific knowledge. Such contributions cannot be altogether ignored, even if they are one-sided or narrowly restricted in scope. Consider the history of liberal ideology. By being a critic of mercantilism, the then dominant ideology, Adam Smith could descry, it says here, D-E-S-C-R-Y, I don't know if that's a word or a typo. Adam Smith could descry what remained beyond the scope of traditional knowledge, namely the fact that capital unfolds its full potential in a regime of free competition. Instead of merely resorting to political polemics, Smith sought to demonstrate this fact objectively, and in so doing produced the first systematic treatise of economic theory, for that was the surest way to discredit mercantilism. Indeed, a critical ideology confronting a powerful opponent cannot help invoking objective truth, if that is at all possible. However, when liberalism itself became the dominant ideology, when capitalism was materializing the golden age of free trade, it provided political economy with no new insight. It served solely as an act of dogma in support of the existing regime and against the rising tide of socialism. Classical political economy, on which liberalism as an active ideology continued to feed, lost its original inspiration and respect for truth, and degenerated to a lifeless catechism. Indeed, knowledge once appropriated by an active ideology cannot remain free and objective, for an active ideology only makes use of established knowledge for a definite purpose, is not interested in the objectivity of the knowledge itself. Returning to Marxism, I now intend to represent its structure schematically as in chart 0.1. And this chart says it's a series of boxes going from left to right. The first box says socialism as a passive ideology, and under that box it says self-consciousness with an arrow pointing over to the next box. With an arrow pointing right. Objective knowledge of capitalist society, and under that box says theory. And there's the arrow pointing right goes to a box that says socialism as an active ideology, and it says ethical converter under it. And then a box says revolutionary practice for socialism, and under that box it says practice. So that's what the chart says. Marx was a socialist before being an economist. It was his socialism that guided him to the study of political economy. But as a passive ideology, Marx's socialism at that point was quite open, inasmuch as it merely criticized the existing regime of capitalism as being incompatible with human existence. The vaguely understood impermanence of capitalism was, however, not enough for Marx to stipulate an active ideology. He needed an objective critique of the capitalist mode of production before he could convert his passive ideology into an active one. It was this that rendered Marxism an enlightened and powerful ideology. However, this does not mean that Marxism is a, quote, correct ideology. Rather, it only means that it is a, quote, strong ideology. Whether or not a Marxist practice is the only or the most effective way to overcome capitalism and to replace it with socialism is always open to question, for it necessarily depends on the concrete conditions that prevail at a particular moment in a particular place. However, as an active ideology, Marxism too prohibits the questioning of its own judgment. This unavoidable single-mindedness of an ideology, if uncontrolled, can easily paralyze the objectivity of the knowledge of capitalism that originally inspired it. For unlike a passive ideology, which is open to objective knowledge, an active ideology is necessarily closed with respect to its interpretation. It is this point that must be clearly borne in mind in the following evaluation of the threefold doctrinal elements of Marxism. Heading B. The three elements of Marxist knowledge. Conventional Marxism advances the following three forms of knowledge, all of which it claims to be scientific. 1. Dialectical materialism, or the dialectic of nature. 2. Historical materialism, or the dialectic of history. 3. The political economy of capitalism, or the dialectic of capital. I will argue, however, that only the last can be defended as objective knowledge. Having been trained in the tradition of German idealist philosophy, Marx maintained a lifelong admiration of Hegel, whose dialectic was a method of logically synthesizing a metaphysical (philosophical) system. Marx, however, believed that Hegel's dialectic could be disengaged from idealism and made consistent with materialism. In 1873, in the afterword to the second edition of Capital, Volume 1, Marx wrote, quote, "The mystification which the dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands by no means prevents Hegel from being the first to present the dialectic's general form of working in a comprehensive and conscious manner. With him, Hegel, dialectic is standing on dialectic's head. Dialectic must be turned right side up again if you would discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell," end quote. Marx. From this, it is apparent that Marxist knowledge intends to ground itself on a materialistic transposition of Hegel's dialectic. Of the three forms of the presumed materialist dialectic, however, Marx is mainly responsible for the last two. The first and the most general form, dialectical materialism, is generally understood to be the work of Engels and Lenin. There's a couple pieces. I'm not sure if it's actually the thesis of Norman Levine, who wrote the book Tragic Deception on Marx contra Engels, and Z.A. Jordan, but it's definitely the thesis of Z.A. Jordan in his book, I think it's like Dialectical Materialism, a philosophical and sociological analysis. He argues that Marx, what can be really said about Marx in terms of like his metaphysical presuppositions about just like the nature of the cosmos, is that he was a naturalist. And by naturalist, that means like a rejection of, basically it entails a rejection of like like two worlds, right? Of like the world of time and space, and then like another world, as in like the Plato's Platonic heaven, or heaven itself proper. Basically, that Marx was an atheist. That's kind of like all that can really be said about him on like the level of like his like metaphysical presuppositions about like what is the nature of like reality, not like social reality, but like what exists in the world. So that would didn't believe in souls or heaven or something like that, but he doesn't really talk about like, what is the fundamental core of the universe, like the concept of materialism, in the sense of like reading history through the relationships between human beings in their interaction with nature to meet their needs, and kind of like the materialism of that's steeped in like the productive relations of society. It's not the same thing as materialism in the sense of like the fundamental what fundamentally exists in the world is matter, which is a different question, and the answers to it are different assertions. So, basically Z.A. Jordan argues against ascribing the label of materialist to Marx, preferring instead the word naturalism, which I think is interesting. And the same can't be said of Engels and Lenin. Anyway, believing that, quote, nature is the proof of dialectics, end quote, Engels sought to confirm in some 19th century discoveries of the natural sciences the manifestations of so-called dialectical laws. One of the most striking consequences of these discoveries, as Engels saw it, was the realization that, quote, nature does not just exist but comes into being and passes away, end quote. Engels. To Engels, this meant that the decisive mode of thought in the natural sciences should be dialectical. For only the dialectic could clarify the, quote, evolutionary processes occurring in nature, interconnections in general, and transitions from one field of investigation to another. It is true that the empirical sciences must begin with given facts, not with thoughts, as in the case of Hegel, but quote, laws of thought and laws of nature are necessarily in agreement with one another, end quote. The, quote, tremendous mass of positive materials for knowledge, and, quote, thus far accumulated by the natural sciences was in need of systematic investigations, for which, quote, theoretical thinking, end quote, was indispensable. And to develop the capacity for theoretical thinking, quote, there is as yet no other means than the study of previous philosophy, end quote. Indeed, quote, the investigation of the forms of thought, the thought determinations, is very profitable and necessary, and since Aristotle, this has been systematically undertaken only by Hegel, end quote. Engels. Thus, Engels hoped to systematize the interconnections of natural phenomena by means of the dialectic, and to establish the proof of dialectical materialism in the place of Hegel's Naturphilosophie. However, Engels' own book, Dialectics of Nature, written circa 1880 and published posthumously in 1925, showed that Engels' aim was frustrated by the, quote, relative character of knowledge, end quote. That is, by the fact that the scientific conception of nature necessarily remains relative to, dependent on, the current state of knowledge, the, quote, falsification of which is imminent with every progress of science. Dialectic, as I intend to show in this introduction, is a method of total knowledge and cannot account for samples of tentative knowledge. Since no, quote, final discovery of nature can ever be made, the science, and since the knowledge of nature must always consist of so far so good hypotheses, quote, the interconnections of natural phenomena, end quote, cannot be synthesized or systematized dialectically. Cannot be synthesized or systematized dialectically. Engels himself may have realized this limitation, for he did not continue to work on that book after the death of Marx in 1883. Not only did Engels lose his reliable mentor, but also by the end of the 1880s, the state of the so-called, quote, crisis of physics, end quote, was clearly looming on the horizon. Engels' book contains a short article called Dialectics, written in 1879, with the subtitle, quote, the general nature of dialectics to be developed as the science of interconnections, in contrast to metaphysics, end quote. Regardless of what he meant by, quote, the science of interconnections, end quote, however, such a, quote, science is not developed in that article, nor is it developed anywhere else in Engels' writings. The article merely contains a brief exposition of the three so-called laws of the dialectic: the transformation of quantity into quality, the interpenetration of opposites, and the negation of the negation. Much is also made of these laws in Engels' Anti-During and elsewhere. Yet a mere assertion of such laws, illustrated by trivial examples, cannot possibly explain the dialectic of nature or that of the universe any more than the hackneyed triad of, quote, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, end quote, can. Lenin's book, Materialism and Imperial Criticism of 1908, which was written without the knowledge of dialectics of nature, competently reproduces many of Engels' ideas, but apart from some polemical passages of interest, it adds little to the three laws of the dialectic. Lenin also fails to prove that the dialectic governs nature or the universe, and none of his followers has had any success either. Thus, dialectical materialism remains the unfulfilled dream of conventional Marxists. It has never been demonstrated as objective or scientific knowledge. Many Marxists rightly criticize Engels' rather formalistic approach and try to discover a more authentic version of the materialistic dialectic in Marxist historical materialism, otherwise known as the, quote, materialistic conception of history, end quote. The second example of Marxian dialectic was formulated by Marx himself as the, quote, guiding thread, end quote, to the study of political economy when, in his youth, he criticized Hegel's philosophy of law. According to Marx's preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, it consists of the three main principles or propositions. 1. The principle of substructure, the material base or substructure of any society consists in its production relations, namely the interrelations of men organized in the activity of producing use values. The economic substructure determines, but is not determined by, the ideological superstructure or the conscious elements of society. 2. The principles of correspondence. A definite set of production relations depends upon the correspondence with a particular level of development of productive forces available to society. Thus, if productive powers develop beyond a certain limit, the existing set of production relations invariably breaks up in order to be replaced by a new set of production relations. 3. The principle of class antagonism. The history of mankind, from its beginning to the age of capitalism, is a history of class struggles, Bourgeois society is the last class antagonistic society and ends the prehistory of humanity. These principles are said to apply universally to the history of human societies up to and including modern bourgeois society, although perhaps excluding some prehistoric classless societies. These propositions, however, cannot be objectively or scientifically confirmed, not even as empirically testable hypotheses. For example, how can one conclusively test that the economic is prior to the ideological in the constitution of any society? Max Weber's proposition that the Protestant ethic gave rise to capitalism is at least as empirically plausible as the counterposition that capitalism promotes the Protestant ethic. In ascertaining the correspondence between production relations and productive powers, how should one determine the level of technological development? The capitalist mode of production alone appears to correspond with such vastly different technological stages as the 17th century manufacture of wool in England and the present-day application of electronics and nuclear energy to industry. Is it possible to convincingly argue that bourgeois society is the last antagonistic society by pointing to the accomplishments of present-day communist nations, or should one withhold judgment, perhaps forever, until a truly classless society evolves in history? Even if there existed some universal knowledge of history, in the light of which these propositions were subjectively deemed fair enough interpretations, that would not establish the truth and objectivity of these propositions. Only charlatans would vouch for the veracity of such sweeping generalizations. It is quite obvious that Marx did not intend the three propositions of historical materialism to be, quote, empirically testable, and, quote, hypotheses. Had that been the case, he would no doubt have searched the history of mankind for instances of their verification or falsification, which he did not. Instead of embarking first on detailed historical investigations, he turned instead to the study of political economy. This implies that these universal propositions are not meant to be directly tested as true or false, but merely to be formulated as general ideological hypotheses. Indeed, if they were by themselves true, why would they not be sufficient? There would be no need to appeal to political economy, merely to reaffirm already authenticated truth in the narrower context of bourgeois society. This important point is often overlooked by those Marxists who exploit the inevitable ambiguities of the statements of historical materialism and sally forth with arbitrary interpretations. Whatever, quote, creative interpretations may be advanced, the fact remains that these unproven propositions of historical materialism cannot by themselves constitute an objective knowledge of human history. They are at most general, quote, ideological hypotheses, end quote, whose contribution to real knowledge is, in the first instance, limited to being a, quote, guiding principle, end quote, to it. In this book, however, it will be shown that the propositions of historical materialism are not irrelevant to the political economy of capitalism, although these propositions are not demonstrable in toto. They can be shown to be true insofar as they pertain to capitalist society, the only society susceptible to objective analysis. Indeed, the logical self-containedness of the dialectic of capital, which is to be demonstrated in this book, implies that the substructure of capitalist society hangs together without depending on any element of its ideological superstructure. The fact that capital introduces a new technology whenever the existing value relation reaches a stalemate indicates a particular mode of operation of the principle of correspondence within capitalism. Finally, capitalist society forms its class relations by means of purely commodity economic necessities, and not by the direct application of extra economic forces. In other words, it not only disavows its own class divisions at an ideological level, but also implicitly aspires to a classless society. The propositions of historical materialism are, therefore, not empty generalizations from history. These propositions can be shown to be true, albeit in specific senses, as fundamental characteristics of capitalist society. Because of this fact, historical materialism also offers an important working hypothesis in the evaluation of pre-capitalist societies, just as, quote, the antinomy of man is key to the The, quote, anatomy, the anatomy of man is a key to the anatomy of the ape, end quote. Marx, a contribution to the critique of political economy. Historical materialism is thus double-edged. On the one hand, it is a guiding principle for the study of political economy, and on the other, it is a working hypothesis for the study of history in the light of political economy. The third component of Marxist doctrine, the political economy of capitalism, has a much more restricted scope. It does not interpret the whole universe, nature, or history, but only examines capitalist society, a historically unique and transient institution. To the study of this much less grandiose subject matter, Marx's Capital devotes nearly 2,000 pages in 3 volumes and develops detailed economic categories in the scientific tradition of classical political economy, while exhaustively criticizing prior doctrines related to the subject matter. Consequently, the Dialectic of Capital does not consist of a mere triplet of general laws or principles. Instead, it forms a self-contained logical system. This fact cannot be underestimated, for it means that the transposition of Hegel's dialectic from idealism to materialism is not merely intended, but is in essence accomplished in Marx's Capital. This is a materialist dialectic that is supposed to generate objective and subjective knowledge is to be found anywhere in Marxism. Marx's Capital is the only place to find it. I'm going to repeat that sentence. I feel like I said it weird. Thus, if a materialist dialectic that is supposed to generate objective and subjective knowledge is to be found anywhere in Marxism, Marx's Capital is the only place to find it. The exposition of the Dialectic of Capital is by no means perfect, even in Marx's Capital, which in fact contains many unconvincing and even misleading arguments, if not outright errors. However, such shortcomings can be in principle corrected in the well-posed context of Marx's Capital. There is no doubt that Marx has laid the foundation of the Dialectic of Capital. The Dialectic of Capital, which can be made fully defensible as the objective knowledge of capitalist society. An important question naturally arises: why only in political economy, the express purpose of which is the clarification of the laws of motion of capitalism, in the sense of the capitalist mode of production, could a materialistic dialectic be accomplished in an essentially correct form? The answer may be found in one of Hegel's most celebrated metaphors, namely that, quote, the owl of Minerva spreads its wings only with the falling of the dusk, end quote. These cryptic words are preceded by the following explanation, quote, one more word about giving instruction as to what the world ought to be. Philosophy in any case always comes in on the scene too late to give it. As the thought of the world, it appears only when actuality is already there, cut and dried after its process of formation has been completed. The teaching of the concept, which is also history's inescapable lesson, is that it is only when actuality is mature that the ideal apprehends this same real world in its substance and builds it up for itself into the shape of an intellectual realm. When philosophy paints its gray and gray, then has the shape of life grown old. By philosophy's gray and gray, it cannot be rejuvenated, but only understood. End quote. Hegel. Since the dialectic is a method for the total comprehension of an evolutionary historical process, it is impossible to, quote, know the full nature of the process before it reaches a certain level of maturity. That is to say, before it itself exhibits its own formative logic. The only reason that Hegel was successful in building his system of philosophy dialectically was that, at the time of his writing, the age of philosophy as a system of metaphysical knowledge was ending, and was destined to be superseded by the age of science. It is therefore correctly said that philosophy came to an end with Hegel. Neither can political economy, which studies the historical institution of capitalism, form a self-contained system of knowledge prior to its own maturity. The history of economic doctrines demonstrates that the mercantilists never grasped a global concept of capitalist society, and even their classical critics, who envisaged the golden age of free trade, did not recognize capitalism as a historically transient institution. It was the distinguished trait of Marx's approach to political economy to view capitalism as a historical institution. Such a critical outlook, which enables Marx to evaluate capitalism as a social process, was in effect socialism in an implicit form. A passive ideology is described in the previous section. It naturally called for a historical approach to political economy, but Marx's success in arriving at the dialectical synthesis of capitalism would have been limited if capitalism in history had not itself reached its maturity by the time of the writing of Marx's Capital. Marx, who undertook his economic studies during the 1850s and 1860s in England, had the remarkable opportunity of combining his philosophical insight with the direct observation of capitalism in the process of self-synthesis. Yet the fact that Marx's death occurred before the conclusive evolution of imperialism, the last stage of capitalist development, meant that he did not and could not clearly distinguish the logical constituents of capitalism from their empirical exigencies. Thus, Marx's Capital, discusses both the inner logic of capitalism and its historically particular manifestations as if they were one and the same thing. To that extent, Marx's Capital falls short of presenting a pure dialectic of capital in strict correspondence with Hegel's metaphysical logic. In the stage of imperialism in which the inner logic of capitalism appears only with predictable distortions, not only is the end of the institution clearly foreseen, but also the theoretical necessity of separating the logical from the contingent becomes unavoidable. Only with the realization of this necessity can the dialectic of capital be completed. Kozo Uno was undoubtedly first to realize this fact consciously. He did not wholly accept Marx's Capital as it was written, but rather searched for the dialectic of capital as it should be written. Many Marxists would still consider it a blasphemy not to accept Marx's Capital as it is written, the smallest departure from the text being taken as a sign of revisionist deviation. Such an inflexible attitude, however, diminishes the most valuable asset of Marxism, the objective knowledge of capitalist society which Marx discovered in essence, and upon which the whole edifice of social science must be built. The knowledge that Marxists can truly pride themselves in would be completely squandered if Marx's Capital were turned into a holy scripture, permitting no legitimate questioning. New section, Section C, the problem of social science. So far I have used the expression of, quote, objective knowledge as synonymous with, quote, science, but in everyday language, science often means natural science, which of course is an older discipline than social science. Hence arises the popular misconception that natural science is bound to be, in some sense, more, quote, scientific than social science, and that social science, in order to be, quote, scientific, must model itself after natural science. Such a superficial opinion, although openly espoused by one or more of the currently dominant schools of philosophy, is repugnant to reason. Any knowledge of the real world, whether it pertains to natural or to social phenomena, is scientific if and only if it is objectively defensible, instead of being subjective and arbitrary. From this point of view, it is natural science that is only half scientific, since its objectivity is always open to question. One has to accept the fact that nature does not, quote, become gray, end quote, and that the validity of explanations in natural science must remain, quote, relative to the current state of knowledge. Nature can never be totally or finally known. Only certain aspects of nature can be known with increasing precision. If this is the case, then the being, the ontic presence of nature and its cognition are necessarily apart, and the distance that separates them, however much it may be shortened, can never be wholly eliminated. Hence, the cognitive method of natural science cannot circumvent the correspondence theory of truth. This point was perhaps most clearly established by Kant's philosophy, which insisted upon the unknowability of the thing in itself. The issue is how theory and facts are related to each other in natural science. One of the simplest examples of, quote, theory may be the Euclidean theorem, which states that the three inner angles of a triangle add up to a straight line. This theorem is an immediate consequence of the axiom of parallel lines, and is formally, tautologically demonstrated to be true. But in order to apply this theorem to the study of nature and draw some substantive, that is, factually non-empty conclusions, one must construct a physical triangle. Of course, any physical triangle is an imperfect representation of the mathematical triangle. Hence, in order to empirically observe the result predicted by the theorem, the construction of the physical triangle must be judged reasonably accurate. It is the lack of any universal standard by which one physical triangle is judged admissible, while another is not, that makes the correspondence of theory and practice purely ad hoc and pragmatic. An axiomatic or tautological statement such as the Euclidean theorem on triangles does not by itself constitute a natural scientific theory. In order to make it relevant to the study of nature, such a statement must be translated into a factual statement by means of an operational directive. Specifically, how one may conduct its empirical testing, how one may construct a physical triangle, how an operational directive is always more or less arbitrary and involves practical, that is, subjective judgments. This is not all. A subjective statement is usually phrased in the following predicative form. Quote, if conditions A, B, ... N are satisfied, then the result X will follow. End quote. If we suppose that all ambiguities concerning the factual significance of A, B, ... N, and X are already overcome, how many times must this observation be tested before we may conclusively accept the theoretical prediction A, B, ... N, therefore X? This, of course, is the well-known problem of Hume. Even if the same result has always been observed, that does not warrant an a priori conclusion that the test may not fail in the next experiment, since no test is, quote, final. This simply means that the truth of any natural scientific proposition can never be absolutely established. It has only so far withstood, quote, falsification in the light of counter-evidence. Yet a so far so good hypothesis can always be refuted tomorrow. In fact, it is this refutability that has been claimed as the mark of a sound scientific statement! ! This is just another way of affirming that nature does not become gray, and hence that the knowledge of nature is destined to remain tentative or, quote, relative forever. Whether or not this state of affairs is satisfactory, there's no escaping this dilemma in natural science. Since nature cannot be wholly known, there remains in it Kant's thing in itself, that is forever unknowable. Hence the knowledge of nature necessarily remains partial and subjective. The consequence of this fact is that natural science can only teach us how to, quote, conform to, unquote, nature. There is no question of abolishing existing nature and replacing it with something else. Whatever may be the natural order that God is alleged to have designed, man has to conform to it in order to derive the greatest benefit from it. This conformism is a practical wisdom of man in general, regardless of his individual or social values. There is consequently nothing ideological about it. It is perhaps for this reason that the lack of strict objectivity in natural science can be tolerated. For what is the point of knowing nature in toto, and thus abolishing its unknowable thing in itself? Would this not be not as impious or impious as to arrogate the divine wisdom? If conformity to the forces of nature is thus free from ideology, conformity to the existing social order cannot be. An individual or a group of individuals can choose to either conform to the existing order or not. No social order is permanent and irrevocable. It only comes into being at a particular time in history and passes away at another. It is for this reason that no society is free from ideological divisions. Thus, a profound difference between the subject matter of social science and that of natural science is already obvious. Nature is not created by man and may, therefore, retain the unknowable thing in itself. But society, which is a human contrivance, cannot maintain the same degree of mystery within it. There is, therefore, no reason why the formation of human society, at least in its abstract generality, cannot be totally objectively exposed. It goes without saying that man possesses the ability to know what he himself invents. There is no, quote, thing in itself, end quote, in mathematics or in any other man-made tautological axiomatic system. Even speculative philosophy, metaphysics, which is a much broader system of human thought, has been successfully synthesized by Hegel. It should not therefore be surprising to find that after the complete knowledge of thought, the second reliable knowledge of man turns out to be that of society rather than of nature. A partial or one-sided view of society, however, necessarily involves an ethical judgment, a partisan bias, or an ideology. This fact may be most strikingly illustrated in the history of political economy by the split of the Ricardian school into the Harmonist and the Socialist. Classical political economy, built on the faith in the eternity of capitalism, reached its acme in Ricardo's doctrine in the early 19th century, but Ricardo was unable to explain the relation between his labor theory of value and the formation of prices and a general profit rate in the capitalist market. As the Ricardian school consequently disintegrated, the Harmonists chose to abandon the labor theory of value. They are impressed by the efficiency with which the price mechanism worked in a freely competitive market, apparently resolving all class conflicts. Their impression was not altogether false, for the capitalist market, with its anonymity, did tend to displace extra economic coercion. However, the Harmonists unwarrantably generalized this aspect of capitalism and refused to see its other side. Indeed, by renouncing the labor theory of value, they deprived themselves of any conceivable insight into the class structure of capitalist society. The socialists, on the other hand, who were outraged by the evident injustices of the capitalist regime, took the distribution of wealth to be the central issue of political economy. With their eyes fixed on the distress of the working class, they could not be expected to see the sophisticated economic mechanism that capital unfolded from out of itself. The labor theory of value in their hands consequently degenerated into a naive political dogma that the workers ought to be paid the whole product of their labor, a dogma devoid of sound economic analysis. Both the harmonists and the socialists were one-sided and ideological in their subjective evaluation of capitalism. Instead of dispassionately pursuing an objective knowledge of capitalist society in its totality, they each persisted on a particular one-sided, if empirically observable aspect of capitalism that most readily supported their ideological claims. The harmonists, who only paid attention to the positive qualities of capitalism, rendered into a natural order with regard to which they demanded nothing but conformism. No wonder they imported the analytical method of partial knowledge from natural science with great enthusiasm, and eventually ended up transforming political economy into the quantitative, positive, and technical science of, quote, economics. The socialists, to whom the evils of capitalism appeared as inevitable as natural cataclysms, were not even that consistent. Some desperately called for a revolution regardless of its consequences, as if to demand the abolition of nature in order to be freed from earthquakes and floods. Others only wanted to temper the severity of social conflicts with ad hoc policy measures, as if to mitigate the brute force of nature. Hence the polarization of socialists into the radical revolutionaries and parliamentary reformists. Marxists, too, as soon as they lost sight of the dialectic of capital, could not escape the same fate. In order to overcome the difficulty with which socialists have involved themselves, an objective account of capitalism that transcends all ideologies, including socialist ones, was needed. Without a total comprehension of capitalist society as the dialectic of capital, it is not possible to save socialism from its deep-rooted confusion, nor is it possible to adequately criticize the intellectual legacy of the harmonists. It is this that Marx foresaw when he undertook to criticize political economy. The search for the dialectic of capital need not be terminated with Marx's death. This tradition can be and must be carried forward to its logical end, transcending even Marxism itself. Although professional scientists think somewhat more systematically and rigorously than ordinary people, there is no qualitative difference between scientific logic and the logic of daily life. In fact, the former is only a more sophisticated version of the latter. Hence, in order to illustrate the contrast between the mode of natural scientific thinking and that of social scientific thinking, it is not necessary to look very far. It is sufficient to consider how one seeks to explain differently a typically natural phenomenon and a typically social interhuman phenomenon that occurs in one's own daily life. Suppose that abnormal weather is experienced in a given, quote, spatio-temporal region, end quote, threatening a widespread famine. What has caused this unusual weather? This is a typical query concerning a natural phenomenon. In this case, a particular atmospheric condition affecting the region may be identified first. Various plausible hypotheses will then be offered to explain what might have caused the atmospheric condition. It may be agreed that the atmospheric condition X was caused by the simultaneous materialization of prior conditions A, B, N. But in that case, for each condition A, B, C, N, the second-order explanations, such as A to the A power, B to the A power, M to the A power, A must be sought. And the same procedure will have to be repeated forever. Thus, it is evident that by continuing such operations, one can never identify a single ultimate cause that lies behind all proximate causes. In other words, prior to arriving at the ultimate explanation, one is forced to admit at some stage that the whole thing is an act of God or a matter of chance. That is to say, one is caught by Hegel's, quote, spurious infinite, end quote, without ever reaching the, quote, true infinite, end quote. It is quite obvious that a purely natural phenomenon, such as abnormal weather in a given spatio-temporal region, cannot be completely explained. One has to be satisfied with an explanation of its proximate causes. leaving the thing in itself unexplained. For by insisting on the ultimate cause, one is only led into the realm of religion, that is to say, beyond the capability of scientific explanation. As a typical social, non-natural phenomenon frequently encountered in daily life, consider an unsolved case of murder. The body of a victim has been discovered in a mysterious condition, and one wishes to know how the act of murder has been committed. Obviously, the criminal investigation cannot be closed until the mystery is totally exposed. At least, the court cannot convict anyone on uncertain evidence, such as a conjectural knowledge or a falsifiable hypothesis. Or on a falsifiable hypothesis. Solving the mystery of a murder case is obviously an altogether different business from accounting for the anomaly of weather conditions. The detective investigation requires one to construct in one's own mind what must have necessarily taken place in the actual scene of the crime, from whatever traces of it are left behind, while making sure not to be misled by deliberate attempts at concealing the truth. Of course, it may be said quite correctly that even a Sherlock Holmes cannot explain the psychological motivation of the crime, which may be hatred, greed, cruelty, or whatever else. However, what happens in the inner psyche of the offender is not a purely social phenomenon, and does not belong to the investigation of the act of murder as such. Since no social events occurs in a vacuum, it is to be expected that social, interhuman factors mingle with natural and environmental factors. So long as the murder is investigated strictly as a social phenomenon, it is enough to establish who perpetrated the offense, when, where, and how. However, within this scope, the explanation must be complete in order to validate it all. In order to be valid at all. To convict a suspect on anything less would make a, quote, open society the crassest of all jokes. What does, quote, the complete explanation, and quote, mean in the present context? It can only mean that the story told by the investigation, the theoretical reconstruction of the scene of the murder, is identical to the total confession by the accused with regard to the actual occurrence of the murder, in case he subsequently becomes cooperative. In other words, the explanation of a social event is complete only when what must have happened is identical with what actually happened. That is, however, precisely the meaning of the identity of the subject and the object that the dialectic demands. The dialectic defines truth as the subject-object identity, or as the completeness of explanation, and thus avoids the correspondence theory of truth. Hegel's rejection of Kant's thing in itself is this simple meaning. The present example teaches the following important lesson. In solving the mystery of a social event occurring in one's daily life, one does not construct an axiomatic model, interpret it factually, and repeat experiments or observations. That is to say, one does not resort to the empirico-analytic method of natural science. Even if the model is rigorous and the factual interpretation plausible, a hypothetical theory of the unique case of murder cannot be, quote, repeatedly, end quote, tested. Repeatably, quote, test, end quote, tested. In this way, the mystery of a social event can never be conclusively solved. It is the dialectical method which defines truth as the subject-object identity, and must be applied to the solution of a social, interhuman mystery. In what follows, therefore, I intend to show how the method of the dialectic can be effectively employed for the solution of the mystery of capitalism. New section, the significance of the dialectic. Heading A, Hegel's dialectic. In a passage already quoted, Marx clearly recognizes Hegel as being, quote, the first to present the general forms of working of the dialectic in a comprehensive and conscious manner, end quote. Marx. Engels, who characterized the dialectic as, quote, the investigation of the forms of thought or of the thought determinations, end quote, also agrees that, quote, since Aristotle, this has been systematically undertaken only by Hegel, end quote. Indeed, the two founders of Marxism never stinted their praise of Hegel, to whom they had owed their intellectual formation. Yet the subsequent history of dialectical materialism has had the infamous record of politically persecuting, quote, Hegelianism, end quote, as a major threat to the revolutionary spirit of Marxism. There is little doubt that such wanton intellectual violence has seriously perverted Marxism and has contributed to its unlimited vulgarization. Even the belated revival of Hegel studies after the discovery of the Paris manuscripts is not sufficiently undone the profound damage wrought by the Stalinist inquisitors. It is my belief that the dialectic operates essentially in the same way, whether in idealism or in materialism, and that, therefore, Marx's thought can never be understood as it was intended to be without a full comprehension of the significance of the Hegelian dialectic. Hegel's book, Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences, consists of the logic, the philosophy of nature, and the philosophy of finite spirit. To Hegel, quote, logic coincides with metaphysics, end quote, and the metaphysical world is the world of pure thought. The word, quote, metaphysics is nowadays frequently used in the pejorative sense of a pseudoscience. But it must be recalled that the first systematic and self-contained knowledge of man was metaphysics. This is hardly surprising, since metaphysics does not study the external world, but rather the world of abstract concepts or thought forms, that is, the internal operation of the human mind. The study of such subject matter can be purely idealist, and hence can circumvent much of the difficulty of the theory of knowledge. Hegel views the metaphysical world as being free and self-contained, unlike the material world that only imperfectly reflects the norms of the metaphysical world. Ew. Hegel does not deny the existence of the material world, but believes that such a world does not hang together by itself as a coherent whole. Hence, the material world lacks true being or reality. Only the world of pure thought really exists, according to Hegel, because it is self-consistent and rational. Such idealism is often scoffed at. Yet without appreciating the profound wisdom that this idealism implies, no one can hope to understand the true nature of Hegel's dialectic. Let us begin with a simple heuristic example. Anyone who has seen dogs can, quote, think of dogs. Hence there is a thought of dogs, but this thought is of course full of sensuous connotations. A dog lover thinks of dogs fondly, while a dog hater thinks of them with malice. Hence there is no intersubjectively unique thought of dogs. Such a thought is not, quote, pure, in the sense of being free from sensuousness or material associations. The thought of dogs, however, can be generalized or universalized to the thought of quadrupeds. The thought of dogs, however, can be generalized or universalized to the thought of all quadrupeds. In this case, the difference between the dog lover and the dog hater in their thinking is to some extent overcome In this case, the difference between the dog lover and the dog hater in their thinking is to some extent overcome, because the thought has become less specific and more remote from day-to-day experience. Yet some may think of quadrupeds differently from others. Let the thought of all quadrupeds further universalize itself to the thought of all animals, of all living creatures, of life itself, of mortality as opposed to immortality, of the temporal in contrast to the permanent, and so on. In this process of self-universalization, thought increasingly divests itself of all individually and subjectively particular sensuous associations, and becomes purer. Thought by itself becomes intersubjectively more general, and eventually enters the metaphysical world. This world and that alone is fully universal, intersubjective, parenthesis, equal to objective, in parenthesis, and pure because its ingredients are free from, quote, sensuous or material associations, in the absence of which they cannot be interpreted differently by different individuals. Not only are such pure thought forms as infinity, essence, necessity, causality, subject versus object, and such like perfectly universal, but they also cannot exist either disparately, unrelated piece by piece without forming a logical unity. Being free of contingent factors that influence individual thinking, these concepts must automatically relate themselves and realize the unity of thought in the self-contained metaphysical system. It may be claimed that such formally abstract concepts, as mathematical concepts too, are universal and pure. It is true that mathematics borrows from the metaphysical vocabulary when it employs words such as infinity and continuity. However, when adopted by mathematics, these words are emptied of their real or substantive content and are redefined to suit the requirements of a man-made language. These words are then meaningful only with the scope of a deliberate agreement. Within the scope of a deliberate agreement. Metaphysics is not such an artificial language, constructed to serve a particular purpose. It is, figuratively speaking, the language of God, of reason, or of the whole universe. Man learns this spontaneous language by merely rising above his own individual subjectivity and arbitrariness. That is why the metaphysical world forms itself without artificially prescribed axioms or a set of rules. Without artificially prescribed axioms or a set of rules, by the free action of thought itself. The metaphysical system, in other words, is self-contained. It hangs together of its own accord, not because it is artificially so constructed as to avoid formal inconsistencies, but because thought itself is self-contained. This is the crucial point. Pure thought synthesizes itself by its own logic, not by virtue of any arbitrary form imposed on it from the outside. It is the self-synthesizing process of thought that is called the dialectic. The dialectic, therefore, is a self-developing and self-explaining logic, that is to say, a spontaneous and living logic. Unlike formal logic, the dialectic is concrete. The word, quote, concrete, as it is used in Hegel's, quote, concrete universals, end quote, or, quote, concrete logical idea, end quote, has a special meaning. It must not be confused with quote, empirical, although such a confusion is very common. The general nature of the dialectic can be explained in terms of its three basic properties. 1. The view of a self-contained totality. 2. The subject-object identity. 3. The process of synthesizing contradictions. The first two of these properties, to which I have already referred, amount to the same thing, and they define the scope of the dialectic. The last property has to do with the operational procedure of the dialectic. The fundamental idea of the dialectic lies in its assertion that, quote, truth is the whole, end quote. In simple language, this means that an incomplete story is a false story. Shit, I lost my spot. The fundamental idea of the dialectic lies in an assertion that, quote, truth is the whole, end quote. In simple language, this means that an incomplete story is a false story, because in the absence of vital connections, the story is neither coherent nor credible. In the earlier example of a murder trial, this point is plain. The suspect cannot be convicted unless the whole story is told, but what is meant by the whole story or complete knowledge in this context? Surely it does not mean accounting for all empirical details of the actual scene of the murder. It can only mean the logical completeness of the account, in the sense that it is a self-contained explanation that does not depend on any unverified hypotheses or conjecture. In other words, true knowledge must constitute a coherent and self-explanatory system, or what Hegel calls, quote, the concrete logical idea, end quote. If knowledge does not form a logically self-contained system, it represents only a part of the universe of discourse, the remainder being left alone. The validity or truth of the knowledge is then wholly dependent on what this unknown remainder actually turns out to be. The dialectic refuses to accept an incomplete or hypothetical knowledge as true. But this is just another way of saying that the dialectic neither recognizes the unknowable thing in itself, nor entertains any postulate or axiom as valid knowledge. The dialectic, which defines truth as the quote, concrete logical idea, end quote, remains ineffective if the object of study does not by itself constitute a logical totality. It will do no good to simply, quote, view something, for example, nature, as a totality or a gestalt, if it cannot be logically synthesized as a self-contained system. In this sense, the dialectics is not an indiscriminate holism. The second property of the dialectic, the identity of the subject and the object, further clarifies this point. If the observer, the subject, and the observed, the object, do not come together, then, quote, theory, parenthesis, or knowledge, end parenthesis, end quote, on the part of the subject, and, quote, reality on the part of the object are merely paralleled and cannot be related except by arbitrary conventions or pragmatic rules. That is to say, cognition, epistemology, and being, ontology, are necessarily apart and unrelated, so that a, quote, correspondence theory of truth, end quote, with all its pitfalls cannot be avoided. It has already been shown that the knowledge of nature is destined to suffer from this limitation and cannot be made dialectical. For the dialectic to be effective in establishing knowledge, it is necessary that the object of study should reveal itself completely. For example, in the previous illustration of a murder, several witnesses who have observed disparate aspects of the crime scene might each have proffered different explanations. If the court could not overcome their one-sidedness in synthesizing all the available information into a coherent story, and as a result had no alternative but to choose one or more of the explanations as the most plausible by means of some, quote, empirical test, then the truth about the crime would remain unknown. The suspect might have to be sent to the gallows on the basis of falsifiable hypotheses. Such a barbarous affront to reason can be avoided if the detective investigation is, in principle, capable of discovering the whole truth, which would consist of the identity of, quote, what actually happened, end quote, and what, quote, must theoretically have happened, end quote. A subject matter is thus totally dialectically comprehended only when its theoretical explanation is identical with the self-exposition of the subject matter. Hegel's logic that coincides with metaphysics is said to offer a philosophical account of the divine wisdom, but the philosopher cannot know God's design unless he himself intends to reveal it. Capital H, capital He, capital H, himself intends to reveal it. Indeed, the construction of a dialectical system is possible only with respect to a totality that is willing or is tending to fully expose itself. In this case, the dialectic can accomplish total knowledge of the subject-object identity by merely, quote, copying or reflecting the process of the self-revelation of the subject matter. There is no need to apply an external logic to it because the logic is inherent in the subject matter itself. The procedural property of the dialectic, the synthesis of contradictions, is determined by this fact. In order to expose a subject matter totally, the dialectic proceeds step by step from the abstract to the concrete. The, quote, abstract means the unspecified and empty, with the, quote, concrete means the specified and synthetic. The dialectic always presupposes a totality of the subject matter, but does not exhibit all of its concrete features at once. It is as if an artist begins with rough contours before inserting the details and finishes his picture by applying paint in layers. An initially empty whole is gradually enriched with specifications until it becomes pregnant with all its logical ingredients. Every time a new specification is introduced, the level of abstraction is changed. At each level of abstraction, the dialectical recognizes a, quote, contradiction, end quote, which, when synthesized, amounts to a new specification of the totality, thus enabling an advance to another level of abstraction. It is for this reason that the dialectic is often characterized as a logic of, quote, contradiction, or a negative logic. However, such a characterization is often highly misleading, and is particularly so when many popular exponents allude undauntingly to the meaningfulness of a, quote, contradictory logic, end quote. Even more frequently, the dialectic is characterized by the mystical triad of, quote, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, end quote, with a suggestion that the dialectic rationalizes any apparent logical inconsistency. In both cases, quote, contradiction in the dialectical sense is confused with contradiction in the sense of formal logic. Considering the famous Hegelian triad of being, not, becoming, the following illustration may clarify the dialectical meaning of contradiction and its synthesis. So, suppose I ask a friend the question, do you have a child? If the answer is simultaneously, yes, I have, being, and no, I have not being, the answer is contradictory in the formal logical sense. Either my friend is a schizophrenic or he does not want to answer my question. Obviously, such a contradiction can never be synthesized, for it is not a dialectical contradiction. Yet many self-appointed exponents of the dialectic come forward with the incredible claim that precisely this schizophrenia or elusiveness of my friend illustrates what Hegel calls, quote, becoming. This is most decidedly not what becoming means. When my friend answers my query with, yes, I have, being, he has not specified his child at all. Hence the child may be a boy or a girl or a 1-year-old infant or an uncontrollable teenager, a whiz kid, or mentally challenged. In short, anything that a child can be. It is this absence of any concrete information that is called, quote, nothing, or, quote, not. Indeed, without any further specification than merely that he exists, the child means pure, quote, nothing to me. If I were to open his file, it would remain totally blank, save perhaps for a hypothetical or tentative name or number that I may choose to give him for reference. Yet I cannot ignore the fact that there is a child in my friend's household. That is the dialectical contradiction. Quote, becoming means, in the present case, as I may ask more questions and proceed to complete a meaningful file of the child, I may simply forget about it. I am formally free to let the child, quote, come to be, end quote, or, quote, pass away, end quote. Since there is no compelling reason for me to opt for either of the two alternatives, the state of, quote, becoming is said to be fluid and unstable. However, so long as my original question was not a frivolous one and was genuinely motivated by curiosity, I must seek more information. If my friend responds to my further questioning, his child will not remain a pure being, but will become a determinate or specified being. At the same time, my thought of the child moves from one level of abstraction to another. That is, it progresses one step forward in its dialectical journey from the abstract to the concrete. Soon I will have obtained a very concrete image of the child, so far as he can be externally described. Once his file is complete, I may wish to personally meet the child for an in-depth study of his character or inner motivation. That is, I will now seek his essence, having already confirmed his being. In this way, the dialectic moves from abstract to concrete, more synthetic, knowledge, until the subject matter cannot be specified further. Sorry, I lost my spot. Hold on. Where the hell am I? Fuck. Soon I will have obtained a very concrete image of the child so far as he can be externally described. Once his file is complete, I may wish to personally meet the child for an in-depth study of his character and inner motivation. That is, I will now seek his essence, having already confirmed his being. In this way, the dialectic moves from abstract to concrete, more synthetic, knowledge, until the subject matter cannot be specified further. Dialectical concreteness, therefore, does not mean, quote, empirical concreteness. It only means logical self-sufficiency or coherence. The dialectic ends with a fully synthesized totality called the absolute idea. Sometimes it is also called the true infinite, or the concrete universal. In the present example, the absolute idea of the child is identical with what he actually is, apart from, of course, irrelevant, contingent empirical details. The dialectic of Hegel's logic proceeds in exactly the same way. Here the absolute, the philosophical term for God, is first externally described as being, quality, quantity, measure, then inwardly analyzes essence, intro-reflection, appearance, actuality, until he is finally exposed as the notion, the subjective notion, the object, the idea. Roughly speaking, the being, essence, and the notion of God, the absolute, may be understood to mean how he is, what he is, and how he is because of what he is, respectively. Once the logic that coincides with metaphysics has been completed, Hegel applied it to nature and the finite spirit, claiming that the material world reflected reason or providence, albeit with some predictable disturbances and distortions. Although the material world is finite, unreal, external, crude, and contingent, incoherent, it is still essentially governed by reason through its, quote, cunning, according to Hegel. This purely idealist philosophical system of Hegel may now appear somewhat quaint and outdated, yet it is in essence not so different from the all too familiar Christian view of the world. It is therefore not surprising that the left-wing Hegelians, when they first sought to criticize their master's thought, almost exclusively preoccupied themselves with religion. Marxists too wished to abolish Hegel's idealist philosophy, that is, his philosophical system, the religious and political overtones of which they found particularly objectionable. But in their case, they rightly recognized the value of Hegel's dialectic, which they intended to preserve even after abolishing the idealist philosophical system. Yet was this, after all, a feasible proposition? If the proposed switch of the dialectic from idealism to materialism can in fact be accomplished, it will certainly be a striking revolution in philosophy. However, the question may be cautiously approached. Engels, for example, claimed that the dialectic and the concept of the absolute were not mutually compatible, on the grounds that the Heraclitean view of the flux of matter could not possibly accommodate an absolute immutability. However, that was a superficial observation. To Hegel, it is the process of self-revelation of the absolute that is dialectical. Hence, it is impossible to preserve the dialectic after abolishing its subject, the absolute, unless in his, capital H, his place, another subject that is equally self-revealing is introduced. If one simply dethrones the absolute without establishing what takes his place, the dialectic will also disappear. When Engels failed to show that nature exposes itself as completely as the absolute, the dialectical materialists were left with nothing. Their critique of Hegel quite understandably degenerated into the mere accusation that Hegel was a reactionary collaborator with the Prussian autocracy. The rejection of Hegel on such frivolous grounds only contributed to the utter degradation of the dialectic itself. I think it should also be noted that, to my understanding, this is just a thought from me, is that I believe many of the things of that are considered parts of Hegel's ideal state were not present in the Prussian monarchy at all. But I'm not a Hegel expert, so take that with a grain of salt. Now, where the hell am I? The rejection of Hegel on such frivolous grounds only contributed to the utter degradation of the dialectic itself. It is generally believed that only the young Marx directly criticized Hegel's philosophy, while the mature Marx preoccupied himself with political economy and empirical science. It is true that explicit references to Hegel are scarce in Marx's Capital, but what is all too often overlooked is the fact that a true critique of Hegel's, quote, logic, which coincides with metaphysics, end quote, can be accomplished only with a, quote, logic which coincides with economic theory, end quote. Hegel. The philosophical activity of the early Marx is really no more than a prelude, a guiding thread to the implicit critique of Hegel's logic accomplished later in Marx's Capital. This must be so because only in Capital, the book, can the materialistic substitute for Hegel's absolute be found. Here the dialectic of, quote, capital replaces the dialectic of the, quote, absolute. For Marx, quote, capital plays the same role as, quote, the absolute for Hegel. In the introduction to the Science of Logic, Hegel states, quote, accordingly, logic is to be understood as the system of pure reason, as the realm of pure thought. This realm is truth as it is without veil, and in its own absolute nature. It can therefore be said that this content is the exposition of God, as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and finite spirit. End quote. Hegel. In exactly the same way, it is possible to characterize the content of the dialectic of capital as the exposition of, quote, capital in its pure essence, quote, before the creation of capitalism in history, end quote. However, in order to prove this claim, the first methodological point that must be established is how economic concepts can be as pure, objective, and universal as Hegel's metaphysical categories. Hegel constructed the objective and internally coherent system of metaphysics by releasing thought from sensuousness. Only when thought was freed from its material associations did it become pure, objective, and metaphysical. Yet, as Hegel reckoned, thought possessed within itself the power to increasingly universalize itself, and consequently also to synthesize itself as its most universal level. Material objects, on the other hand, did not possess this power of self-universalization and self-synthesis. Hegel therefore believed that philosophy must necessarily be idealist, and that the dialectic must coincide with metaphysics. Thus Marx's proposition that the dialectic should be made to live with materialism would have been most vehemently objected to by Hegel himself. This crucial point has been very clearly realized by Lucio Coletti, according to whom the dialectic cannot be separated from idealism. Coletti claimed that, quote, reality cannot contain dialectical contradictions, but only real oppositions, end quote. And yet, quote, capitalist oppositions are, for Marx, dialectical contradictions and not real oppositions, end quote. Coletti justifies this apparent incongruity with the proposition that, quote, for Marx, capitalism is contradictory not because it is a reality, but because it is an upside-down, inverted reality, alienation, fetishism, end quote. Coletti. These are certainly profound observations that strike at the heart of the question. Yet what is a, quote, inverted reality, end quote, such as capitalism, if it is not also a specific kind of reality? Surely capitalism cannot be an idea or a theoretical fiction just because it is not a, quote, natural, end quote, reality. It is true that nature contains only real oppositions, not dialectical oppositions. However, it does not follow that the, quote, fundamental principle of materialism and of science is the principle of non-contradiction, end quote, unless Coletti specifically means by, quote, materialism and science, end quote, natural materialism and natural science. Nor does it follow that, quote, science is the only means of apprehending reality, the only means of gaining knowledge of the world, end quote. If in this case, by, quote, science, end quote, he means only natural science. These equivocal statements come from Coletti's failure to admit that social reality is qualitatively different from natural reality, and that as a result of being qualitatively distinct from natural science, social science has a place of its own. Why does Coletti hesitate to admit this? It is perhaps the horror of the, quote, spiritual idealism of continental European philosophy in this century, end quote, that inhibits him from reaching the conclusion to which his own argument naturally leads. To me, however, Coletti's insights are more admirable than his personal ambitions. He has argued convincingly against dialectical materialism and alluded to a possibility of the dialectic of capital. The right question to ask at this point is why? Only in social history and never in natural history, reality sometimes occurs, quote, inverted, end quote. The answer to this question establishes the dialectic of capital, and with it the, quote, true foundation of the social sciences, end quote, that Coletti thinks has not yet been found. In what follows, I wish to demonstrate this point. New section, section B, or heading B. Yeah, heading B, I guess. The rational kernel of the dialectic. Political economy studies the real economic life of man in society. Despite the fact that man has always led an economic life, it was not until the beginning of the modern age that political economy developed as a systematic knowledge, that is to say, as a science. Why? The reason is that economic life is ordinarily not easily separable from the political, socio-ethical, and other ideological elements of human life. Economic relations do not appear transparently unless they are liberated from the extra-economic contingencies of social life. Only through the formation of an open, impersonal market which relates humans indirectly through goods, through material objects called, quote, commodities, enables economic relations to appear in their pure form, divested of all extra economic contingencies. In the market, the social relations between humans appear, quote, objectified, as, quote, the social relation between things, end quote. The market breaks down traditional master-servant relations and makes people free, equal, and independent traders. It is therefore not by chance that political economy, which aims at an objective study of economic relations, became a possibility for the first time with the advent of capitalism, a global commodity economy. The knowledge of economic life, which had previously been as sporadic and fragmentary as the commodity economy itself, could then be formulated systematically. In other words, the, quote, inversion of social reality in the form of capitalism is a necessary condition for a systematic study of economic life. The first form of trade was a, quote, silent trade, end quote, between two independent and economically self-sufficient communities, not a direct face-to-face barter between the deer hunter and the beaver trapper, as Adam Smith would have us believe. Only silent, where, quote, silence, end quote, implied strict non-interference with the other party's internal affairs, developed into a more general trade characterized by the impersonal commodity economic relations among participating traders. A mere barter of goods between known parties only ends with a ritualistic gift-giving practice or a tributary relation, which is perhaps an early form of taxation and subsidization, but it is certainly not an instance of commerce. Although commodity trade arises at first between independent communities at their border and as, quote, external relations, end quote, it does not for that reason leave those communities unaffected. As part of their economic life increasingly depends on external trade, members of each community begin to develop, quote, internal trade, in effect reducing themselves to individual trading units and thereby also eroding communal economic life, which had hitherto formed an organic whole. It is the internalization of the external trade relations that broadens the scope of a commodity economy. If, as in capitalism, even labor power, the ultimate source of productivity, is, quote, commoditized, end quote, in this process, it is in principle possible for the whole of economic life to become completely saturated with the forms of the commodity economy, leaving no trace of direct human relations. Capitalism is thus a social system in which all human relations tend to be external, anonymous, and reified. It is this reification or impersonalization of human relations that makes them objective. The dialectic of capital, therefore, envisages a purely capitalist society in which the reification of social relations is supposed to be complete. Such a society, which the dialectic of capital must presuppose, corresponds to the metaphysical world of Hegel, in which thought is pure and objective. A purely capitalist society is, of course, not an empirical datum. It has to be mentally constructed, as is Hegel's metaphysical system. Yet the mental construction of such a society follows or copies the reifying forces of the commodity economy, which is a real rather than ideal process. This makes the dialectic of, quote, of capital, quote, materialist instead of, quote, idealist. What makes the Dialectic of Capital, quote, materialist instead of, quote, idealist, is not the factual existence of a purely capitalist society, but the self-abstraction of capitalism itself, which reflects the, quote, real, parenthesis, not ideal, end parenthesis, end quote, commodity economic force of reification. The self-purification of thought in Hegel is a strictly mental process, while the construction of a purely capitalist society is a mental process that copies, and is aided by the real process, The purely capitalist society, in other words, is a theoretical logical system in which the reifying force of the commodity economy is hypothetically allowed to consummate itself. This reifying force is real and material, objective, not ideal or imaginary, subjective, even though its consummation may not be factual. It should be quite clear that the purely capitalist society of the Dialectic of Capital is not a Weberian ideal type, as is, for example, the neoclassical economic model of perfect competition. The construction of an ideal type is an exclusively subjective operation, since reality always presents itself as a welter of diverse forces and tendencies. The observer exercises his own discretion in, quote, accentuating what appears to him to constitute its leading characteristics, while ignoring what he believes to be irrelevant details. He then proffers the one-sidedly or subjectively accentuated pattern of reality as its ideal type or image. His ideal type can be generally accepted to the extent that his subjective views, biases are shared by others. Thus, for neoclassical economics, the ideal image of capitalism is a perfectly competitive general equilibrium market in which the unobstructed functioning of the price mechanism promises the blissful state of Pareto optimality. I have, however, warned against the ideological elements that necessarily creep into any such ideal type of society. The purely capitalist society of the Dialectic of Capital, although it in fact shares many characteristics with the neoclassical perfect competition model, is free from such ideological elements. This claim is made on the ground that the theoretical abstraction of a purely capitalist society is not subjective, one-sided and arbitrary, but rather copies or reflects the self-abstraction of capitalism itself. This point is far from trivial, for it touches on the foundation of the materialistic dialectic, the only method of objective social science. Yet it appears to me that its full import has not been sufficiently appreciated by Marxists. Even Marx himself did not unambiguously explain why economic theory must presuppose a purely capitalist society. At the same time, Engels and later dialectical materialists went astray in their formulation of the materialist, quote, copy theory, end quote. In the following pages, I intend to further elaborate on the implications of the present thesis. As Marx writes, quote, in theory, it is assumed that the laws of capitalist production operate in their pure form. In reality, there exists only approximation, but this approximation is the greater, the more developed the capitalist mode of production, and the less it is adulterated and amalgamated with survivals of former economic conditions. End quote. Marx, Capital, Volume 3. Although it is clear from this passage that Marx also presupposes a purely capitalist society in theory, he fails to clearly argue for the methodological necessity of such a presupposition. Elsewhere he observes, quote, free competition is the adequate form of the productive process of capital. Further, it, bracket, free competition, end bracket, is developed. The purer the forms in which its, bracket, capitals, end bracket, motion appears, end quote. Marx, Grundrisse. Such an observation is almost as subjective as the neoclassical claim that, quote, perfect competition, end quote, is the ideal type of capitalism. Even more misleading is a passage such as the following, quote, the actual movement of competition belongs beyond our scope, and we need present only the inner organization of the capitalist mode of production in its ideal average, as it were, end quote. Marx, Capital, Volume 3. It is as though an ideal image of capitalism could be obtained by the mechanical device of, quote, averaging out, end quote, contingent irregularities and cyclical factors of the market. Writing in the middle of the 19th century, Marx may have taken it for granted that capitalism had already approached perfection, at least in England, and may have thought it unnecessary to advise a specific procedure for the mental construction of a purely capitalist society. After the liberal era, however, an ideal operation of capitalism becomes more remote from day-to-day experience. Statistical averages of empirical data cannot then hope to even faintly bring out the inner logic of the capitalist mode of production. This means that without a firmer methodological justification, the relevance of a purely capitalist society tends to escape notice. All the more vigorously, therefore, the dialectic of capital must claim the objectivity of a purely capitalist society on the ground that it is a mental construct dictated by the motion of capital itself. A mental construct dictated by the motion of capital itself, rather than one that is subjectively imposed on it from the outside. This indeed amounts to a reaffirmation of the, quote, copy theory, end quote, made much of by Engels and the dialectical materialists. However, the present version of the theory differs fundamentally from theirs, which I believe to be spineless. Let us hear first what Lenin has to say on the copy theory in his Materialism and Imperial Criticism. Quote, the recognition of theory as a copy, as an approximate copy of objective reality, is materialism. End quote. Lenin. Quote, Engels, constantly and without exception speaks, of things in their mental picture or images. Bracket, Gedankenabbilder, end bracket. End quote. Lenin. Quote, Engels speaks neither of symbols nor of hieroglyphs, but copies, photographs, images, mirror reflections of things, end quote. Lenin. Quote, it is beyond question that mechanics was a copy of real motions of moderate velocity, while the new physics is a copy of real motions of enormous velocity, end quote. Lenin. These unilateral assertions hardly explain the materialist theory of knowledge. They do not even attempt to answer the question as to how thought reflects real things as concepts and relates them into an objective theory of reality. In his Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of German Philosophy, Engels obtains his Abbilder theory from a sweeping criticism of Hegel's idealism, claiming that the, quote, self-movement of the concept, end quote, merely reflects real motions, end quote, nature and human history, end quote, and that, quote, the dialectic reduces itself to the science of the general laws of motion, but of the external laws, both of the external world and of human thought, end quote. Engels. The two sets of laws being, quote, identical in substance, end quote. Engels. Here the criticism is not specifically directed at Hegel's, quote, logic that coincides with metaphysics, end quote. That is, to the gemstone of the idealistic dialectic, but instead aimed at Hegel's less dependable Weltanschauung, with all its crude idealistic perversions. From such a facile criticism that could only convince Engels' already committed allies, one can only expect the pronouncement of another Weltanschauung, not a strict vindication of the materialistic dialectic. As already marked, thought copies the self-revelation of the absolute in Hegel's logic. In order to establish a materialistic version of the copy theory, therefore, Engels sought to have demonstrated that there is at least one form of self-revealing reality. By failing to do so, Engels handed down his materialist followers a completely undependable and empty copy theory. The difficulty with the Engelsian copy theory may be illustrated as follows. Suppose that one observes a pail containing no water. How is one supposed to copy it? To merely call it an empty pail would be no better than an exercise in name-giving, an association of the pail with the previously defined state of, quote, emptiness, wherever the latter concept came from. Is that pail empty because it never contained water, or because water once there has been drained? Since the pail does not by itself give any clues, one can only imagine its past history in the light of other similar instances. Clearly there is no meaning in, quote, copying the pail, which does not speak its own truth. It is quite otherwise if one observes a leaking pail and concludes that it will eventually be emptied of water. The fact that the pail is slowly being drained of water through a hole at its bottom dictates this conclusion and does not permit the observer to indulge in arbitrary imagining. He must infer that if the present condition is not remedied in time, all water will eventually run out of the pail. This inference is true and objective even if, as luck would have it, someone presently rushes to the scene and plugs the hole, so as to stop the emptying when it is only half consummated. In this case, the leaking pail tells its own story, which the observer's mind has no choice but to, quote, objectively copy, end quote. The moral of the above illustration is clear. It is futile to claim, as Lenin does, that mechanics is a copy of low-velocity motions in reality, for the physical world does not possess a teleological end. It does not reveal its own story, it does not grow to maturity and become, quote, gray. Nor does it become pure either by divesting itself of contingent irregularities. Hence, mechanics cannot be a copy of the physical world, nor can it be a dialectical theory. It is merely an ideal type constructed by scientists to probe the mechanical aspect, and only that aspect of the physical world. That is why mechanics is capable of axiomatic formulation, which implies the non-identity of the subject and the object, namely of theory and reality. The correspondence of a theory of mechanics with real motion, therefore, must be tested by experiments and observations. It is a serious error to confuse this kind of theory with a dialectical theory. Una, who talked of ho no mosha, parenthesis, the copy of the object's own method of self-abstraction, in parenthesis, was the first to explicitly warn against an indiscriminate attribution of the dialectic to, quote, nature and history, end quote, and to establish the real meaning of a dialectical copy theory. By claiming that capitalism alone possesses a genuine materialistic dialectic, he did not in any way deprive the dialectic of its weight. On the contrary, he made the materialistic dialectic what it should be, namely the method of subjective social science and the theory of knowledge of materialism. Because it is a commodity economy, capitalism unmistakably possesses a self-reifying force, and this fact justifies a purely capitalist society as the objective presupposition of economic theory. Since purely capitalist society is the outcome of the copy of the object's own method of self-abstraction, it is different from an arbitrarily constructed ideal type. It has an objective foundation. I know no methodological argument more decisive than this one, for how else can one hope to establish social science, or the knowledge of society, free from ideological one-sidedness and arbitrary subjectivity? The copy theory that Una has forcefully advanced is, however, not altogether absent in Marx. Glimpses of it appear in various parts of his writings. For example, in his celebrated introduction to the Grundrisse, Marx refers to the economic concept of labor in the following. Quote, labor seems to be a very simple category. The notion of labor in this universal form as labor in general is also extremely old. Nevertheless, quote, labor in this simplicity is economically considered as modern a category as the relation which gives rise to this simple abstraction, end quote. Marx, Grundrisse. Although in pre-capitalist societies a labor that produced all forms of wealth could only be conceived as an ideal type, it becomes a reality in capitalist society. This is because the commodity economy requires labor to be applied indifferently for the production of any use value. Thus, according to Marx, quote, labor not only has a category, but in reality has become a means to create wealth in general, end quote. Here the phrase, quote, not only as a category, but also in reality, end quote, implies the dialectical copy theory, which justifies an abstraction in economic theory, so long as it reflects the self-abstraction of the commodity economy in reality. This does not mean that simplifying assumptions for merely expository purposes are prohibited. It only means that such assumptions may be removed as theory undergoes further synthesis. For example, the organic composition of capital cannot be expected to become uniform in all industries, however much capitalist production develops. It is nevertheless warranted to assume its uniformity in early contexts of the theory, in which the production of diverse use values can as yet be held implicit. Similarly, the development of capitalism does not tend to materialize a stationary state or, quote, simple reproduction, unquote. But for heuristic reasons, theory always explains simple reproduction before addressing itself to the more complicated process of expanded reproduction. This is because certain aspects of the inter-industry relation can be made perfectly clear even while the accumulation of capital is held implicit. On the other hand, the assumption that the rate of surplus value is the same in all industries can be maintained throughout the dialectic of capital. Because if it is not so at present, due to contingent factors, the development of capitalist society is capable of removing such factors. Similarly, the simplification of the labor process is not merely an expository device, it is an abstraction dictated by the development of the capitalist method of production. The dialectic may therefore retain assumptions of this kind to its end. Thus, the purely capitalist society, when fully synthesized, no longer depends on expository simplifications, yet it remains as abstract as is warranted by the self-reifying force of the capitalist commodity economy. The purely capitalist society thus synthesized is a perfectly, quote, inverted reality, in Coletti's sense. Here all human relations appear, quote, upside down, and, quote, as thing-to-thing relations. It is as if capitalist society were governed by natural laws. That an optical illusion of this sort arises from the very nature of capitalism has important methodological implications. What is genuinely natural is, of course, real economic life itself, which ordinarily cannot be clearly perceived because of the involvement of ideological factors in its social organization. It appears transparently for the first time under capitalism, the global commodity economy, since the latter tends to operate anonymously and thus also tends to cleanse itself of ideological factors. Yet this direct visibility of real economic life under capitalism, and not in other historical societies, has in its turn the perverse effect of attributing a, quote, natural appearance, unquote, to capitalism, which is a, quote, historical and social, unquote, institution. When, quote, the economic life common to all societies, unquote, end quote, its specifically commodity economic mode of operation, end quote, double and appear superposed, one upon the other, the relation between the two tends to appear inverted. The, quote, economic life common to all societies, end quote, becomes the apparent image of capitalism, and its, quote, specifically commodity economic mode of operation, end quote, is the concealed reality. This is clearly an inversion of reality, since capitalism is the social and historical institution and not the natural order. In other words, it appears as though, quote, hardware dictates, quote, software rather than vice versa. This inversion of reality explains the true significance of fetishism. Any capitalist society makes its constituent human relations objective, and so enables the development of social science. Yet objectified social relations are never immediately observable, and as they withdraw behind and underlie relations between material things. It is for this reason that social science is, from the beginning, saddled with a peculiar difficulty, and the failure to recognize this fact leads to the absurdity of the, quote, natural or physical science of society, unquote. It is precisely this absurdity that has plagued economic theory in the harmonious tradition. If one observes only the natural appearance of capitalism, without delving into its concealed reality, it seems as though this historical institution, just as nature, possesses a, quote, unknowable thing in itself, unquote. Wherefrom arises fetishism, that is the misconception of human relations that constitute society as, quote, social relations, unquote, that self-animated material objects unaccountably form among themselves. If one fails to break through such fetishism, one cannot even perceive capitalism as a social reality. A superficial study of capitalism at the level of its natural appearance cannot, therefore, constitute a genuine social science. It remains at most a spurious, quote, physics of reified human relations. An objective account of capitalism presupposes the unraveling of fetishism, that is to say, the exposition of the social reality hidden behind the natural appearance. Yet the relation between the social and the natural cannot be a relation of real opposition. It must be one of dialectical contradiction. For if real oppositions govern nature and relations between material things, to say that the natural and the social are related in terms of the same real oppositions would amount to denying the existence of the social as distinct from the natural. That would certainly make social science an outright impossibility. Social science has its justification in the recognition that the, quote, social is distinct from the, quote, natural. However, once this is admitted, it is plain that political economy, a social science that studies the capitalist mode of production, cannot cooperate with the principle of non-contradiction. That is, exclusive with the principle of real opposition. The method of political economy, because of the peculiar nature of its subject matter, must necessarily be dialectical. In other words, the theory of political economy cannot be other than the dialectic of capital. The dialectic of capital proceeds by solving the recurrent contradiction between value, the social, and use value, the natural, and the synthesis must occur by letting value prevail over use values. This means that the analysis of capitalism consists of suppressing its natural appearance, and in bringing out its concealed social reality step by step. Purely capitalist society is fully synthesized only when the natural appearance is neutralized and the concealed reality is totally exposed. In this respect, too, there is an exact correspondence between the dialectic of capital and Hegel's dialectic. In the case of Hegel, the construction of the book, The Logic, amounted to exposing the wisdom of the absolute implicit in the sensuous materiality of finite things. Hence, when the concrete synthetic totality of the absolute is fully laid bare, materialism is superseded and pure idealism remains. One should not, however, conclude from this that material things simply vanish. They are merely sublated, aufgehoben, that is to say, preserved as an inactive substrate. In the following section, however, I shall point out a difficulty that this drastic interpretation might raise for Hegel's idealism. That explains the transition from the absolute idea to nature, in which material things refuse to remain inactive. In the same way, the use values that the dialectic of capital subdues, in order to fully divulge the logic of capitalism, do not remain so tame in empirical history, whence following the necessity of the stages theory of capitalist development. More on this to follow. Yet in a purely capitalist society in which the reifying force of the commodity economy is supposed to be consummated, use values must be completely neutralized so as to exhibit the social reality of capitalism crystal clearly and free from the natural contingencies of economic life. Of course, capitalism in history never exists with such purity, but neither does the divine wisdom operate in any empty space inhabited by corporeal things. The recognition of truth always requires the exercise of mental power to see beyond apparent contingencies. The dialectic is the method that enables the, quote, thinking intellect, end quote, to synthesize the inner truth, or hidden reality, of the object of study. There is therefore absolutely nothing illegitimate about the study of capitalism resorting to the dialectic. In fact, the very nature of capitalism compels such a method. Capitalism, of course, is not a mere idea or theoretical fiction, it is a social reality in a very real sense. The fact that it is not a natural reality, and as such cannot be comprehended with the application of the principle of non-contradiction, does not render the dialectic of capital, quote, a disguised religion, end quote, or, quote, spiritual philosophy, end quote, whatever Coletti may imply by such terms. On the contrary, it is the dialectic of capital that lays, quote, the true foundation of the social sciences, end quote. New section. The contradiction between value and use values. So far, the similarity of the materialist dialectic of capital to the idealist dialectic of Hegel has been emphasized, but an important difference between the two must not be overlooked. The difference is most readily apparent when the role of, quote, nothing in Hegel's dialectic is compared with that of, quote, use values in the dialectic of capital. In the latter, value, the formative element of capitalism, stands opposed to use values, which represent the material factors of economic life, devoid of commodity economic specifications. Whereas value implies commodity economic and hence social being, use values connote its absence. Use values as elements of the economic life common to all societies must be subdued by and subsumed under value in order for capitalism, a specifically commodity economic and historical institution, to fully display its inner logic. In Hegel's logic too, quote, being implies the presence of the absolute, and, quote, not, his absence. But what can the absence or non-being of the absolute mean? It can only mean the material world prior to its absorption into the metaphysical world, or more precisely, the thought of the material. The trouble, however, is that such a thing has no place in the, quote, logic that coincides with metaphysics, end quote. If the absolute were present in only one of several material worlds, and if he, capital H, were to reveal, capital H, himself in it by subsuming its materiality, then the non-being of the absolute would mean that which is common to all these material worlds, and that which constrains the manifestation of the absolute in any one of them. Such a premise, however, would be quite inconsistent with Hegel's idealism, for who then would have created the material world in which the absolute is absent? Surely the absolute could not have created a material world without leaving within it traces of its own deed, that is, without inspiring it with his own wisdom. Idealism could not possibly admit the creation of a material world in which the absolute has played no part. Therefore, it follows that for Hegel, there can be only one material world created by the absolute, and this world must be impregnated by his wisdom, which thought cannot do otherwise than copy. Yet as thought copies the action of the absolute, the materiality of the external world is bound to be effaced, so that its shadow remains, in the purely logical context, only as, quote, nothing, that is to say, as the non-being of thought. Much of the difficulty with Hegel's dialectic stems from the elusiveness of this concept of naught, which his idealism imposes. As is well known, Hegel begins his book, Logic, with the contrast of being and naught, where being marks the awakening of thought, which is the first intimation of the presence of the absolute. The naught that follows does not and should not mean simply the absence of the absolute, but rather the impossibility of specifying capital H him in thought as anything further than pure being. A difficulty arises here because these opposing conceptions are not clearly demarcated. It is as though the non-specificity of the absolute were no different from his simple absence in the sea of nirvana that effaces everything. Thus, one must constantly resist and overcome the somnolence of thought, somnolence of naught, as it were, in order not to lose sight of the just now recognized being of the absolute. This ambiguity is responsible for the popular and false interpretation of Hegel's first triad, quote, being not becoming, end quote, to which I have already referred. It must be conceded that idealism cannot overcome this ambiguity that threatens to cripple the dialectic, for indeed, how can idealism claim that, were the absolute abolished, there would remain materiality, just as use value remains after the abolition of value, the formative element of capitalism? Idealism should assert that in the absence of the absolute, there can be nothing left. Quote, nothing in the sense of total blankness. This makes Hegel's dialectic lopsided, for its thesis, being, is never really constrained by antithesis, nothing. so that the triumph of the absolute is predetermined before analysis. This makes Hegel's dialectic lopsided, for its thesis, being, is never really constrained by its antithesis, nothing, so that the triumph of the absolute is predetermined before analysis. Indeed, when Engels criticized the concept of the absolute as being incompatible with the operation of a dialectic, Engels should have struck at this point the Achilles heel of the Hegelian dialectic. Engels should have insisted that a dialectic is meaningful only when the overcoming of the antithesis by the thesis is not a foregone conclusion. He would then have initiated an imminent and therefore decisive critique of Hegel's idealist dialectic. The great advantage of the materialistic dialectic of capital lies in the fact that, quote, use values, unquote, represent only the non-being of capitalism, a historical and transient social institution, the abolition of which does not reduce everything to ashes. If the commodity economic integument of capitalism is discarded, every real life common to all societies, If the commodity economic integument of capitalism is discarded, real economic life common to all societies remains as virgin, quote, use values. Such use values are, however, not by nature destined to be subsumed by the commodity economic form of value. Only under a very particular set of circumstances does such an event occur historically. That is why the dialectical synthesis of a purely capitalist society becomes a meaningful exercise. The synthesis demonstrates the logical possibility of capitalism, a far from obvious credo with which to start. In this book, I intend to show that theoretical arguments of the dialectic of capital often proceed in exactly the same manner as the metaphysical categories unfold in Hegel's logic. At times, the correspondence is so close that I am almost forced to believe that it is what is unbelievable. Namely, it is as if Hegel already had a complete knowledge of the dialectic of capital, but for some reason feigned ignorance and deliberately equivocated it with his metaphysical language. What a cunning teacher. Such an impression, false as it is, only testifies to Hegel's great philosophical acumen. Contrary to popular belief, Hegel's logic consists not of romantic poetry, but tightly argued demonstrations. Yet there are several instances when Hegel's reasoning is rather forced and difficult to understand. In all these cases, I can show that the dialectic of capital performs better. The reason is that the concept of, quote, use values, as opposed to value, has a substance that is lacking in Hegel's concept of, quote, nothing. The dialectic, which progresses by overcoming recurrent contradictions between value and use values, is bound to be clearer than the dialectic that keeps harking back to the mystical interpenetration of being and nothing. God damn it. God. Sorry about that. I was trying to get my pocket open and I couldn't get it open. I hope it was fun to listen to. Okay. Let us consider a few examples. Hegel characterizes, quote, becoming as, quote, a double determination. That is, as containing two unities of being and nothing, coming to be and ceasing to be. He then says that, quote, both are the same, becoming, and although they differ in direction, they interpenetrate and paralyze each other, end quote. Hegel. Quote, the resultant equilibrium, end quote, according to Hegel, quote, settles into a stable unity, end quote. Quote, becoming is a stable unrest which settles into a stable result, ... This result is a vanishedness of becoming. It is the unity of being and nothing which is settled into a stable oneness. But this stable oneness is being, and yet no longer as a determination on its own, but as a determination as a whole, end quote. Hegel. It is thus that Hegel deduces, quote, determinate being, end quote, from, quote, becoming. Such reasoning is of course very difficult to follow, but it can be made quite plain if it is rephrased in the language of the dialectic of capital. Translate the triad of, quote, being, not, and becoming, end quote, into the triad, quote, value, use value, and exchange value. Then, one can easily deduce from, quote, exchange value, end quote, the determinate being of value, or the, quote, forms of value expression, end quote. Clearly, in an exchange of commodities, the seller wishes to realize the value of his commodity, which has a use value that is of interest to the purchaser. Hence, in, quote, exchange value, the seller foresees the realization, or coming to be, of value, while the purchaser foresees the realization of a use value, the ceasing to be of value. Hegel would therefore be perfectly right in characterizing exchange value or becoming as, quote, a double determination, end quote. However, what corresponds to determinate being, namely, the, quote, expression of value by the commodity seller, end quote, does not follow from a, quote, stable unity or oneness, end quote, resulting from the, quote, interpenetration or mutual paralysis, end quote, of value and use value. It comes from the fact that commodities, not being simply goods or plain use values, must be priced, express their value by the use value of another commodity, before any actual exchange can take place. Hegel, too, intuitively realizes that, quote, being is the active factor and, quote, nothing the passive factor of the dialectic. But in his reasoning, he frequently treats both factors on equal terms and finds himself obliged to generate their synthesis by mechanically collapsing one into the other. Such an instance recurs in his theory of, quote, measure. Hegel's measure, which unifies quality and quantity, corresponds to the capital form, which combines the forms of both money and commodities. The three broad categories of, quote, specific quantum, the measureless and absolute indifference, end quote, respectively, bring out the fundamental characteristics of, quote, merchant capital, money-lending capital, and industrial capital, end quote, quite well. However, with the belief that measure is realized everywhere in the sphere of nature, Hegel places himself under a strong Newtonian influence, which renders his reasoning at times thoroughly mechanical. It is, of course, absolutely essential that measure should be understood as, quote, qualitative quantity, end quote, and not, quote, quantitative quality, end quote. For capital, measure, which takes on and off the forms of money, quantity, and the commodity, quality, begins and ends with money that externalizes value, and not with the commodity that holds value imminently. Hegel fully realizes this point when he characterizes, quote, specific quantum, end quote, as the variability of quantum, which maintains the same determining quality. Indeed, in the form of merchant capital, money commodity, money prime, the value of specific commodities can be expressed by larger or smaller quantities of money and money prime, within limits. That is, to the extent that the price differential can exist. Yet Hegel does not know where the limits come from, and is therefore forced to dwell on such ancient puzzles as, quote, whether the single grain makes a heap of wheat or whether it makes a bald tail to tear out a single hair from the horse's tail. End quote. Hegel. At such a level, the problem is reduced to mere mechanical relations between extensive and intensive quanta. All natural events occur in time and space. Sometimes time appears to be the intensive and space the extensive magnitude, but at other times the reverse may be true. It is not possible to determine a priori which constitutes the subject of the motion, which is its mere mediation. At this point, even the fundamental difference between, quote, qualitative quantity and, quote, quantitative quality is no longer clear. Hegel's deduction of the, quote, measureless and, quote, absolute indifference is even more haphazard and abstruse. whereas the deduction of money lending capital from merchant capital and of industrial capital from money lending capital requires no such mental acrobatics. The reason why individual units of merchant capital constitute, quote, self-subsistent measures of material things, unquote, is that they are involved with different use values. Money lending capital does not blend these differences by means of some mysterious, quote, affinity. As the money lender, it stands apart from the merchant activity and removes itself from direct involvement with use values. But precisely for that reason, money lending capital tends to become, quote, measureless, unprincipled. The sidestepping of trade in use values makes money lending capital an empty form of capital, a non-metamorphosis of value. The defect of this form must therefore be overcome by industrial capital, which, while involving itself with use values, nevertheless achieves indifference to them. Industrial capital does not spring from the quantitative excess of money lending capital, which oversteps its, quote, nodal points. Industrial end quote. Hegel. Industrial capital realizes an absolute indifference to use values by purchasing labor power as a commodity, labor power that can render any form of productive labor. As the third and last example, let us consider Hegel's doctrine of, quote, objectivity, which I believe is in close correspondence with the theory of rent and the dialectic of capital. The process whereby, quote, the notion determines itself into objectivity, end quote, is, according to Hegel, quote, identical in character with the ontological proof of the existence of God, end quote. Hegel. Quote, God is the living God, and still more as absolute spirit, is known only in his activity. Man was early instructed to recognize God in his works, end quote. Hegel. In the language of the dialectic of capital, this may be paraphrased as follows. If the distribution of surplus value in the capitalist market is comprehended only from the point of view of capital, as in the theory of profit, it remains the subjective capital N notion, which is neither, quote, realized, end quote, nor, quote, objectified, end quote. It is necessary to understand the distribution principle in its activity or working as it involves a factor alien to capital, namely landed property. In this way, the dialectical meaning of the theory of rent is very clearly defined. Hegel, on the other hand, holds the material world in which, quote, the works of God, end quote, may be observed nameless. Although his dialectic of mechanism, chemism, and teleology echoes the three broad divisions of his natural philosophy, mechanics, physics, and organics, very closely. It is obvious that Hegel's objectivity, in fact, means nature or the material world, which he cannot, however, make explicit in his metaphysical logic. Being unable to posit the entity external to the notion of the absolute, Hegel resorts at once to the, quote, twofold meaning, end quote, of objectivity, namely, quote, objectivity which stands opposed to the self-subsistent notion, end quote, and, quote, objectivity which is also the being that is and for itself, end quote, meaning, quote, that is free and above all contingency, end quote. Hegel. The latter may be interpreted as the, quote, realized or objectified distribution principle, end quote, that may emerge as the conclusion of the theory of rent. However, the dialectic that leads up to that conclusion requires the clearer specification of objectivity in the first sense. Thus, although with his, quote, mechanism, chemism, and teleology, Hegel in fact characterizes the dialectical sequence of the three forms of rent, differential rent forms 1 and 2, and absolute rent, with remarkable pertinence and accuracy, the details of his speculative argument is often too fanciful and erratic to be convincing. In this book, I will show how the dialectical theory of rent can render Hegel's doctrine of objectivity easier to grasp and more reasonable. Thus, even from this cursory look at a few examples, it is clear that the dialectic of capital can remove many ambiguities from Hegel's dialectic. This is only to be expected, because the former is an imminent critique and a materialistic transposition of the latter. Just as the, quote, anatomy of man is a key to the anatomy of the ape, unquote, so must the dialectic of capital be a key to the understanding of a more developed form of Hegel's dialectic. They must be essentially identical and homomorphic in structure, even though the one operates in the idealist context of metaphysics and the other in the materialist context of economic theory. This claim of uniqueness of the dialectic might surprise some, because it appears at first sight to contradict the conventional view of materialism. An explanation is therefore in order. As already stated, the dialectic defines truth as the subject-object identity. That is to say, it does not impose an external logic on the object of study, but allows the object of study to reveal its own logic of synthesis. The dialectic merely spells out the logic inherent in the subject matter and refuses to dictate to it a finite logic that the human mind invents for its explanation. This principle rigorously applies to Hegel's dialectic, which copies the self-revealing wisdom of the Absolute, in just the same way as it applies to the dialectic of capital, in which economic theory does but follow the, quote, synthesizing logic of capital, unquote. If this is the case, the identity and homomorphism of the two dialectics can mean only one thing, namely that the Absolute and capital possess the same logical structure, and hence that the object of study of metaphysics and that of economic theory are in fact the same thing with different names. Indeed, if they were different and unrelated, how would they possess the same logic of self-synthesis? To say that the human mind comprehends only one logic, even though the objects of study are different, would certainly contradict the previous argument that the dialectic is the concrete logic inherent in the subject matter itself, and not an abstract logic subjectively or arbitrarily designed to assist human comprehension. There is clearly no escape from the conclusion that what Hegel believed to be the Absolute was in fact capital in disguise, and that he unknowingly described the economic theory of capitalism in the language of metaphysics. To some extent, this explains why I said above that this necessarily strikes one as, quote, unbelievable at first glance. That is, the idea that it was as if Hegel, already in possession of a complete knowledge of the dialectic of capital, deliberately equivocated on this matter by using metaphysical jargon. Indeed, this contention may initially appear extravagant and too fanciful to be believed, but is it really so? I believe that in principle there can be only one real totality capable of complete self-synthesis, and that totality is capitalism, which has an inner logic that the dialectic of capital copies. Hegel's Absolute is not a, quote, real totality, but a mentally constructed totality. From the point of view of materialism, the Absolute is clearly a product of human thought. The thought creates the Absolute first, and then pretends that it only passively copies his wisdom. This is like writing a novel in which the author claims to have been asked by the principal character to tell the latter's story. Who then is the real storyteller, the fictional character or the author who invented him? Idealism asserts that the author invents nothing, but merely copies the story recounted to him by the fictional character. This voluntary disclaimer of originality may appear quaint in the present age in which the opposite practice flourishes, but the whole tradition of speculative philosophy is built on this principle of pious humility and self-effacement, and Hegel undoubtedly is the last great author of that school. The question is why his fictional character, the Absolute, so uncannily resembled real capitalism, that is to say, why Hegel's metaphysical system so closely adumbrated the system of economic theory. One can answer this question only by invoking Hegel's genius. Hegel, who in 1807 enthusiastically applauded Napoleon's entry into Jena, was not an ivory tower recluse engrossed in private thoughts. On the contrary, he was greatly perceptive of the spirit of the age, Zeitgeist, as capitalism was about to evolve into a new world order in the wake of bourgeois revolutions. As Feuerbach realized early on, The greatness of the German idealist philosophy is that it is a system of, quote, reflective thought. Hegel is not consciously aware of what his thought reflected. However, he certainly had premonitions of what was to come and knew how to express it in the allegorical or metaphorical language of speculative philosophy. Thought moves people only when it reflects an imminent reality. It was because the absolute of Hegel was, in fact, capitalism that his philosophy appealed so decisively to the youth of his time. This point is confirmed by the fact that the completion of Hegel's idealist philosophy almost instantly gave rise to its materialist critics. The young Hegelians, including Feuerbach, realized the content of Hegelianism would remain intact even after the abolition of God, the Absolute. How was that possible, especially when Hegel had expressly stated that philosophy and religion were different only in form and not in content? Feuerbach thus taught his philosophy of anthropomorphism, which argued that God was an outward projection of man's inward nature, a thesis enthusiastically supported by young Marx and Engels. It was already clear that the absolute of Hegel reflected something real, but the humanism of Feuerbach, because of its inability to preserve Hegel's dialectic, was not sufficient as a true materialist critique of idealism. What was required was to show not only that the absolute was a reflection of something real, but also that the dialectic was the logic of the real. Only when this is accomplished is God finally abolished, and the materialist critique of Hegel's philosophy complete. Conventional Marxism has not faced this issue, but has merely tried to graft onto Feuerbachian materialism a few questionable, quote, laws or, quote, principles of the dialectic. To me, that constitutes a pathetic anticlimax, a deplorable example of the, quote, poverty of philosophy, end quote. Only the dialectic of capital, with its thesis of, quote, capital morphism, end quote, whereby the absolute is regarded as capital, instead of the Feuerbachian anthropomorphism, can truly be overcome Hegel's idealism and establish materialism unambiguously. This, of course, does not definitively demonstrate that God exists nowhere. It only means that God does not exist in the Hegelian fashion, for only capitalism exists dialectically as the real. One second. New section, section C. First heading, heading A. Section C is titled Political Economy and Socialism. Heading A is the scope of political economy. The superiority of the dialectic of capital, economic theory over the Hegelian dialectic, metaphysics, stems to a large extent from the reinforcement of the antithetical term. That is to say, a solution of the contradiction between value and use value generates a logical motion far clearer than an ad hoc recourse to the interpenetration of being and nothing. But precisely for this reason, political economy cannot take the role of, quote, use values lightly. Indeed, whenever society produces and consumes use values, there is economic life. Yet the latter is not immediately comprehensible unless most of the use values are produced and traded as commodities. And yet economic life is not immediately comprehensible unless most of use values are produced and traded as commodities. Only under capitalism do all use values tend to be produced and traded as commodities, and it is this fact that enabled political economy to study economic life in general for the first time, after that mode of production called, quote, capitalism evolved historically. Even this fact, however, does not imply that the existence of capitalism in history requires a prior conversion of all use values into commodities. Such a rigid condition would make it impossible for capitalism to evolve historically. Moreover, capitalism, once in existence, would not be transient if it ever actually satisfied such a condition. The operation of capitalism in history is, by its own nature, expected to be more or less imperfect, as some use values refuse to submit themselves to the sway of the commodity economy. The dialectic of capital does not assert that use values should always take the form of commodities, but rather that capitalism exists to the extent that they do. In general, use values cannot be made to conform to the rules and principles of the commodity economy. That is why the capitalist mode of production is a historically transient institution. Only when the use values that society requires are manageable by the commodity economy does capitalism approach its ideal image. Yet a purely capitalist society is never realized factually. If that were to occur, it would imply that society's economic life had been completely freed from the vagaries of use values, an event just as unlikely as the miracle of levitation. In view of the perennial difficulties of commoditizing use values even under capitalism, political economy is compelled to study this institution at three distinct levels of abstraction. The pure theory of capitalism contemplates only use values that are capable of being completely subsumed by the commodity economic form. For otherwise, it would not be possible to fully reveal the inner logic of capitalism. Such use values may be described as neutralized or idealized. The stages theory of capitalist development introduces use values in a somewhat more concrete fashion as, quote, types. Thus, the stages of mercantilism, liberalism, and imperialism are characterized by wool, cotton, and steel, respectively, and by the technologies appropriate for the production of such use values. Only in the economic history of capitalism are use values permitted to remain in their raw form, that is, in their full variety and empirical detail. Although economic life always involves use values, they do not hang together by themselves, which is to say that they do not have a logic of their own. The kind of use values a society most commonly produces and consumes is a historical, not a logical question. A direct study of use values produced and consumed under capitalism may reveal a capitalistic lifestyle, but does not explain the laws of motion of capitalist society, nor, through them, the norms of economic life common to all societies. Political economy must therefore neutralize or inactivate use values in order to first discover the inner logic of capitalism. This procedure pays a high price in that it demands a significant departure from real capitalism as real capitalism is experienced in history. Yet to avoid such a cost is to ignore the logical nature of capitalism and to fall into the fallacy of the logical historical method, which I shall criticize in the next section. Capitalism never openly exhibits its inner logic. That is to say, capitalism in history, while it always contains a, quote, logical or pure capitalism, and, quote, inside itself, never actually materializes it in a theoretically perfect form. That is why economic theory requires a, quote, mental abstraction to reach the logical core of capitalism in history and to find there a purely capitalist society. This method is frequently opposed for two reasons. First, the theoretical presupposition of a purely capitalist society, which is not directly observable, appears to concede too much to idealism. Secondly, the concept of a purely capitalist society is hastily confused with the neoclassical model of a perfectly competitive market. These views stem from the total lack of comprehension of the dialectic. As already stated, the dialectic of capital is free from idealism not only because capital, unlike the absolute, is not a fiction, but also because for something to be real it need not be apparent, that is, directly or empirically observable. Indeed, if the logic of capital were directly visible, abstract economic theory would be unnecessary. The abstract economic theory of the dialectic of capital is, however, quite different from the formal and mechanical economic theory of the neoclassical school, which altogether ignores use values as distinct from values, commodities. Neoclassical theory does not simply inactivate or idealize use values, but also reduces use values to, quote, scarcities, that is, to empty numbers with different labels, since the formal mechanism of the market is, in that case, never really opposed or restricted by use values, Neoclassical theory develops the one-sided view that economy is always market-based. The faith in the permanence of capitalism, once embraced by classical political economists, is here translated into what Karl Polanyi aptly described as the, quote, market mentality, end quote, which hypostatizes the market everywhere, the, quote, economistic postulate, which argues the virtual presence of the market in every society, whether such a system is empirically present or not, end quote. Karl Polanyi. The dialectic of capital does not suffer from the market mentality, because the dialectic of capital recognizes the contradiction between value and use value, even in the pure theory, in which use values are expressly said to be, quote, idealized. Here value must be understood in the first instance in its broad and primary sense of capitalist indifference to use values. Although idealized in theory, use values representing the substantive aspect of economic life continue to resist the uniformity of value, which seeks to integrate them. The purpose of the dialectic is to uncover the logic of capital, which eventually accomplishes this integration to the extent that use values are amenable to it. Since the present book is devoted to a detailed examination of that logic, I do not intend to summarize it here. However, the point must be made to the effect that even in pure economic theory, use values cannot be dismissed as, quote, nothing. Value, or the formative factor of capitalism, does not simply brush use values aside, but instead subsumes use values and grounds itself on and fulfills itself with the substance of real economic life. The economic theory of the dialectic of capital, albeit abstract, does not study the formal mechanism of capitalist society in the absence of real economic life. Rather, it examines how capital seeks to embrace the real economic life of society within the commodity economic integument. Herein lies the true revolutionary character of Marxian economic theory. For to demonstrate that capitalism is nothing but real economic life, temporarily warped in a commodity economic skin, is to suggest the possibility of its removal. That is to say, as soon as use values exceed the commodity form, the self-regulation of the capitalist market is already foiled to that extent. This means that real economic life is not by nature market-based, but that its original and natural state is retrieved when the, quote, narrow bourgeois skin, end quote, is, quote, peeled away, end quote, from capitalism. The economic theory of the dialectic of capital, which exhibits the logical synthesis of capitalism as something so far-fetched and unnatural as to require the idealization of use values, may be called, quote, irrevertible. Jesus Christ, I fucked that up. The economic theory of the dialectic of capital, which exhibits the logical synthesis of capitalism as something so far-fetched and unnatural as to require the idealization of use values, may be called, quote, invertible, in a sense that neoclassical theory could never be. Indeed, remove the price mechanism of the self-regulating market from neoclassical theory, and there is nothing left of it. However, the peeling away of the commodity economic skin from the purely capitalist society leaves behind or reveals the general norms of economic life common to all societies. The general norms of economic life common to all societies in a fully developed, if idealized, form. Once the inner logic of capital is comprehended in the context of a purely capitalist society, in which use values are inactivated and in which, therefore, history is held implicit, the next step is to reactivate use values and to reinstate history in an effort to turn to actual empirically observable capitalism in history. Yet the return journey cannot be a direct one, for indeed, how can one's inactivated use values of theory be suddenly revived and made to act like raw and naked use values, as they are found in empirical history? The mediation between the abstract world of theory and that of concrete empirical history must be found in the stages theory of capitalist development, in which use values reappear in the first place as types. A stages theory, Stufentheory, of some sort is inevitable in any historical study, for without it the wealth of empirical details could not be systematically explored. However, when economic historians mark off the three stages of capitalist development, mercantilism, liberalism, and imperialism, they can do more than build, quote, ideal types, because each stage can be characterized by the interplay of a particular type of use value, and the logic of capitalism. The latter operates differently depending, for example, on whether use values are producible by light technology, characteristic of the English cotton industry of the mid-19th century, or produced only by heavy technology, typical of German steel mills at the turn of the century from the 19th to the 20th. The stages theory does not examine a particular episode of capitalistic economic history. Rather, it portrays the modus operandi of logical capitalism as it subsumes an economic life involving specific types of use values. Again, this task is very similar to that which is assigned to Hegel's Natur- and Geistes philosophy. Hegel, too, believed that the logic that, quote, coincided with metaphysics, and, quote, could not be directly linked to the empirical sciences, and that the philosophies of nature and finite spirits are required to mediate them. These considerations reaffirm the nature of dialectical knowledge. Since it takes the problem of objectivity seriously, it does not permit a facile union or correspondence of, quote, suprasensible, unquote, theory with, quote, sensible reality. Even when the latter is ultimately governed by the abstract laws of motion, which are in the true sense of the word, quote, objective, they are not expected to appear undistorted or undeformed in the real world, which is filled with empirical contingencies, referring to, quote, the infinite wealth and variety of forms, and what is more irrational, the contingency which enters into the external arrangement of natural things, and, quote, and to, quote, the impotence of nature to adhere strictly to the capital N notion in its realization, and, quote, Hegel says, quote, this impotence of nature sets limits to philosophy, and it is quite improper to expect the notion to comprehend, as it is said, construe or deduce these contingent products of nature, end quote. Hegel. In exactly the same way, political economy must admit the impotence of history to strictly adhere to the logic of capitalism. It would be quite improper to expect the logic of capitalism to be able to explain all the empirical contingencies of capitalist history. The adoption of a particular type of use value specifies the technology appropriate for its production, and the type of capital that most effectively operates. The existing technology constitutes the dominant form of capital in that stage. Each stage of capitalist development must, therefore, be studied with reference to the nature, the specific mode of accumulation, and the economic policies adopted by the bourgeois state to assist the dominant form of capital. The formative period of capitalism is characterized by the mercantilist stage. This stage is best represented by 17th and 18th century England prior to the Industrial Revolution. The domestic handicraft production of woolen articles, chiefly for the international market, typifies the industrial activity of that stage. Throughout this stage, merchant capital, which operates the putting out system, plays the dominant role. In order for merchant capital, which originally accumulates wealth in international trade, to successfully infiltrate a traditional society, not only should its agriculture be sufficiently productive, but the cooperation of the existing feudal powers is also essential. Only with the satisfaction of such preconditions can merchant capital gradually transform a traditional society into capitalism by promoting the disintegration of the guild system, expropriating small producers, and separating manufacture from agriculture. The mercantilist stage represents the period of primitive accumulation, by means of which merchant capital reorganizes national production in a way most conducive to foreign trade. The stage theory of mercantilism is, however, different from the economic history of the period. Since chronological details are irrelevant, I believe that the following schema is sufficient to capture the fundamental characteristics of the mercantilist stage. New section, the stage of mercantilism. 1. Merchant capital as the determinant form. Heading A. International trade and the accumulation of wealth. B. Domestic industries and the putting out system. C. The separation of manufacture from agriculture. 2. The mode of accumulation of merchant capital. The headings A. The disintegration of the guild system. B. The expropriation of small producers. C. National industry subordinate to foreign trade. I don't know why I keep saying sections. I don't think that's actually right here. It's just listing, I guess, like the features. Mercantilist economic policies. 3. Mercantilist economic policies. A. Chartered monopolies and navigation acts, trade policies and corn laws, the primitive accumulation. The liberal stage of development characterizes the period in which capitalism securely establishes itself. This period is best represented by mid-19th century England in the wake of the Industrial Revolution. The bulk production of cotton articles in modern mechanized factories typifies the industrial activities of the stage. It is now industrial capital, subdivided into small independent and competing enterprises that plays the dominant role. By this time, the home or national market is well established, and old restrictive practices have been removed. Since the direct producers are already, quote, free in the double sense, end quote, the direct producers' labor power being readily available as a commodity, industrial capital no longer needs the protective assistance of the state. Indeed, the freely competitive market automatically and anonymously regulates the production of commodities, while an increasing mechanization of industry deprives the working class of its traditional skills. This enables industrial capital to appropriate the fruit of surplus labor in the form of surplus value, that is, without having to resort to extra economic coercion. Yet as the process of capital accumulation necessarily undergoes business cycles fraught with decennial crises, an intensification of class antagonism cannot be avoided. In view of the faith in the self-regulation of the market, liberal economic policies tend towards the elimination of restrictive trade practices, both domestically and internationally, and the retrenchment of public finances. The international free trade movement, however, is understandably resisted by the infant industry argument for protection in less developed countries. The following may be suggested as a conspectus of the stage characteristics of liberalism. New section, the stage of liberalism. 1. Industrial capital is the dominant form. A. The establishment of the home market. B. Effects of the Industrial Revolution. C. Modern factory system. 2. The mode of accumulation of industrial capital. A. Mechanization and the de-skilling of labor. B. Commodity production under free competition. C. The cyclical process of accumulation. 3. Liberal economic policies. A. The free trade movement. B. Cheap government. C. International economic relations. The free trade movement that reached its acme in the 1860s did not last forever. The long depression of the 1870s, in the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War, profoundly changed the pattern of capitalist development, ushering in, quote, imperialism as the third and last stage of capitalist development. During this stage, which is represented by Imperial Germany, the economic activity of a capitalist nation revolves around the iron and steel industry. in view of the heavy hardware required for the production of such use values as iron and steel, the form of the joint stock enterprise, the scope of which had previously been limited to public utilities and commerce, now becomes prevalent in manufacturing industries. This means that the production of commodities tends to be, quote, remote controlled, end quote, by finance capital. The latter, as the dominant form of capital in the imperialist stage, develops various monopolist organizations so as to shelter the production of heavy use values from the vicissitudes of the market. Free competition is therefore replaced by organized monopolies and heavy industry. As the market thus loses to some extent its self-regulating mechanism, industrially developed capitalist nations tend to suffer from a chronic excess of capital. The export of capital to colonies and satellites consequently becomes mandatory. To the extent that the market fails to effectively regulate economic activities, finance capital demands the active policies of the imperialist state. Not only does the latter resort to fierce tariff wars, but it also addresses itself to colonial policies and Sozialpolitik, thereby markedly inflating public expenditures. The following schema may roughly summarize the stage characteristics of imperialism. The stage of imperialism. 1. Finance capital as the dominant form. A. The joint stock company system. B. The importance of fixed capital in industry. C. The financial control of industry. 2. The mode of accumulation of finance capital. A. The displacement of free competition by monopolies. B. Various methods of controlling the market. C. Chronic tendency to an excess of capital. 3. Imperialist economic policies. A. Customs duties and dumping. B. The export of capital to colonies and satellites. C. The division of the world into colonial empires. In the above summary of the three stages, I have to a great extent sacrificed accuracy for brevity. Ideally, the exposition of the stage characteristics should follow a certain logical order, since the purpose of the stages theory is to demonstrate how motives, the logic of capitalism, are translated into stage theoretic actions in an artificially contrived environment, determined by the specification of the type of use values and the associated industrial technology. It is important to realize that the stages theory is a, quote, mental experiment, end quote, in this sense, rather than a compressed description of historical facts, even though, in reality, the mental experiment is greatly assisted by the study of economic history. This is the reason for my statement earlier, namely that economic historians can build more than ideal types, by marking off the three stages of capitalist development. In the preface to the first German edition of Marx's Capital, Volume 1, Marx himself wrote as follows, quote, "The physicist either observes physical phenomena where they occur in their most typical form and most free from disturbing influence, or whenever possible he makes experiments under conditions that assure the occurrence of the phenomenon in its normality," end quote. Marx, Capital, Volume 1. This suggests that the economist should do likewise in his theoretical work. I believe that this experimental procedure is more appropriate for the stages theory than for the pure theory of capitalism. If the stages of capitalist development were mere ideal types, which economic historians subjectively constructed, the stages would not mediate between the pure theory and the history of capitalism, and would fail in the task specifically assigned to them. The mediation is possible only because the stages theory stands exactly halfway between abstract logical theory and concrete empirical history, as a mental experiment in the above sense. It is the availability of such a mental experiment that gives the economic history of capitalism an advantage that is not shared by other economic histories. Of course, history is always full of contingencies, but it is a natural impulse of the historian, regardless of his creed, to see the inevitable trend lurking behind contingent factors. Only in the history of capitalism can he separate the necessary from the contingent without resorting to subjective ideal types. For empirical facts that agree with the predictions of the stages theory may be viewed as logically necessary. This possibility, it seems to me, confirms the importance of the history of capitalism in the study of economic history in general. Radical as it may seem, such a view is consistent with the fundamental proposition of historical materialism, that capitalist society holds a mirror up to all pre-capitalist societies. Needless to say, the present view does not imply that all historical facts under capitalism can or must be theoretically accounted for. An unrestrained, quote, application of theory, and quote, to history only does violence to facts. It is, as Hegel says, quote, quite improper, and quote, to expect the inner logic of capitalism to explain all the, quote, contingent products, and quote, of history. Only an empty theory purports to work such wonders. A real theory does not answer all our subjectively motivated queries. If it answers a question, it does so on its own terms, regardless of the subjective urgency with which the solution is sought. A dependable theory is not one that is always forthcoming with ready-made answers. The pure theory of capitalism, in other words, applies to the study of capitalist history only heuristically, through the mediation of stages theory and never directly. Theory must be adapted to the study of history, not the other way around. It is this point that is ignored by the logical historical method, which calls for an unmediated unity of logic and history. I intend to discuss the fallacy of this method in some detail below. For it essentially amounts to a mystification of the dialectic as a universal logic of self-unfolding reality. As a universal logic of a self-unfolding reality, as it seeks to sublate any arbitrary contradiction. Since the logical historical method regards history as a process which unfolds itself. By resolving some sort of contradiction, it need only invent one in some broad sense, in order to arrive at a, quote, logical explanation of all historical developments. This conveniently makes history deterministic and predictable. Whatever is historical then appears logical, and whatever is logical seems to hide history behind it. Indeed, according to this approach, a transition from one mode of production to another must be logically explained in the light of the principle of historical materialism, that a contradiction or discrepancy between society's productive powers and its relations of production must entail some sort of transformation of quantity into quality. According to this method, again, the dialectic of the commodity, money and capital, is nothing but an abstract description of the historical fact that money arises from barter and capital from monetary exchanges. In other words, this method makes no distinction between the commodity economic logic of capital, which is peculiar to the modern age, and the development of general history, which may have nothing to do with the commodity economy. Uno has quite rightly warned against such a conception of history, describing it as, quote, commodity economic, end quote, rather than, quote, materialistic, end quote. There is indeed a sense in which the, quote, commodity economic conception of history, end quote, is a conventional Marxist version of Polanyi's, quote, market mentality, end quote. For just as the market mentality hypostatizes the all-embracing market, where it does not exist, the commodity economic conception of history generalizes the logic of capital to a universal law of history. I don't know if this is related, but in political Marxism, there's this concept of Smithian Marxism, which kind of talks about a similar thing. Such a wanton generalization, however, makes both the logic and history meaningless. It must be clearly understood that use values do not possess their own logic. Indeed, if they did, it would be quite different from the commodity economic logic of capital. Thus, for example, it is not possible to logically explain why wool, cotton, and steel appear in this order as the typical use values in the three stages of capitalist development. Neither is it possible to logically account for the transition from one stage of development to another, for that would attribute a specifically commodity economic logic to the autonomous development of history. This point is of particular importance at the present time, when the world economy has already left capitalism proper behind and finds itself in a phase of transition away from capitalism to something else. Socialism, ? End parenthesis. Both Uno and Polanyi agreed in dating the end of capitalism proper, or the age of the self-regulating market, with the outbreak of the First World War. This means that an inquiry into the present as economic history demands a method quite different from that applicable to the economic history of capitalism. That is a difficult problem, a satisfactory treatment of which requires some more preliminary discussions. New section, the fallacy of the logical historical method. Referring to the, quote, method which underlies Marx's critique of political economy, end quote, Engels states as follows, quote, the logical method, is indeed nothing but the historical method, only stripped of the historical form and diverting chance occurrences. The point where the history of bourgeois society begins must also be the starting point of the train of thought, and its further progress will be simply the reflection in abstract and theoretically consistent form of the historical course, end quote. Engels. As is rather typical with Engels, here he states a partially correct idea in a confused fashion. It is, of course, correct to say that bourgeois society in the phase of its historical development synthesized its own logic by divesting itself of contingencies, and that political economy assumes its logical form by merely copying this inner logic of capital. However, the same reasoning cannot be extended to apply to all societies. Ignoring this important restriction, Engels vigorously argues elsewhere that, quote, the course of any history is governed by inner general laws, end quote. Claiming, quote, historical events thus appear on the whole to be governed by chance, but when on the surface accidents hold sway, it is always governed by inner hidden laws, and it is only a matter of discovering these laws, end quote. Engels. Such a generalization is clearly untenable. The valid proposition contained in the earlier passage, namely that the history of capitalism reflects its inner logic in one way or another, is here transformed into the different proposition that every history, capitalist or not, must unfold according to a pre-established logical plan. In this manner, Engels might have thought he had successfully translated Hegel's philosophy of history into its materialist counterpart. But such a historical determinism is, quote, materialist only in name. It is in fact the most unconscionable form of spiritual idealism, the idea that understandably repelled Coletti, as we have already seen. Since history always proves to be right, so the argument seems to go, one merely has to stare at it hard enough until, quote, the hidden general laws, end quote, emerge from, quote, the leaps and bounds and zigzag line, end quote, of actual history. Engels evidently substitutes for Hegel's world spirit, Weltgeist, the operation of, quote, hidden general laws, which are presumed to have governed the history of humanity from its beginning. One must realize that this apparently innocent substitution, although it may greatly appeal to the popular mind, does irreparable damage to the dialectic, since these, quote, general laws, end quote, cannot possibly be the specifically commodity economic laws of capitalism. They allude to the general principle of economic materialism, the principles of economic, Jesus Christ. One must realize that this apparently innocent substitution, although it may greatly appeal to the popular mind, does irreparable damage to the dialectic, since these, quote, general laws, unquote, cannot possibly be the specifically commodity economic laws of capitalism. They allude to the general principles of historical materialism. It now appears that the specifically commodity economic logic of capital is no more than a special variation of the more general, quote, logic of historical materialism, more than the latter being an insight gained only in the light of the former. However, if historical materialism is allowed to thus override political economy, the dialectic of capital becomes an impossible proposition. Capitalism can no longer be studied through a logic of its own, but only as an ideal type, which embodies the, quote, general laws, unquote, of history. The extent to which such a procedure adulterates the dialectic is exemplified by the writings of Ronald Meek, who most faithfully abides by the Engelsian logical historical method. According to Meek, quote, Marx developed a highly idiosyncratic method of inquiry. It might perhaps be called the, quote, logical historical, end quote, method, which was one of the more interesting and significant of the fruits of his early Hegelian studies, end quote. Ronald Meek. With this perception, Meek arrives at the following monstrous interpretation of the law of value. Quote, Marx's theory of value can conveniently, bracket, exclamation point, and bracket, be considered under the three headings of pre-capitalist society, bracket, the abstract society of simple commodity production, in which, quote, the laborers still own the whole produce of their labor, end quote, end parenthesis. I don't know if I said it's brackets, but yeah, end bracket. Early capitalism, bracket, where, quote, capitalist relations of production suddenly impinged upon those of simple commodity production, end quote, and bracket, and developed capitalism, bracket, in which, quote, profit becomes proportional not to labor employed, but to capital employed, end quote, end bracket. To each of these forms of society, there can be conceived to correspond certain basic economic categories and certain basic logical problems. The task of the analysis of value, as Marx understood it, was to solve those basic problems in terms of the relations of production appropriate to that particular, quote, historical stage which was under consideration, end quote. Ronald Meek. It is, of course, correct to say that the dialectic of capital and its doctrines of circulation, production, and distribution operates at three distinct logical stages of abstraction, so that certain specifications deliberately held implicit in earlier doctrines are made explicit in later ones. But this does not mean that one may, quote, in the development of economic categories, end quote, fail to, quote, remember that the subject, contemporary bourgeois society, is presupposed both in reality and in the mind, end quote. Marx. It is certainly incorrect to confuse the logical levels of abstraction with, quote, historical stages. Strangely enough, Meek himself seems to be aware that such historical stages do not in fact exist, for in a footnote attached to the above passage he says, quote, a word of caution may be appropriate here in order to forestall possible criticism involving the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. The three forms of society mentioned here do not necessarily represent actual historically identifiable forms. They are merely the, quote, historical counterparts of the three main stages of Marx's logical analysis of the value problem. In Marx's view, it will be remembered that the course of logical analysis is a corrected mirror image of the actual historical course, end quote. Ronald Meek. With this reservation, Meek in effect admits that, quote, the historical logical, end quote, correspondence, whether it really exists or not, must always be imagined because its absence upsets him. In other words, logic must be tested by history for the sake of his peace of mind. The feeling seems to be widely shared by conventional Marxists who have abandoned the dialectic for empiricism. What they fail to see is that not only is it impossible to empirically test a pure dialectical theory, but also because of its subject-object identity, such a test is altogether unnecessary. Their insistence on the, quote, logical, historical, end quote, method, sometimes to the extent of fantasizing non-existent histories, seems to stem from their lack of confidence in the objectivity of dialectical knowledge. It is true that in the doctrine of circulation, in which the logic of transition prevails, the development of the theory appears to closely parallel the historical sequence of events. Thus, indeed, quote, money originates from, quote, commodities, and, quote, capital from, quote, money, both in theory and in history. But I emphatically disagree with Engels' claim that, quote, the logical exposition, requires historical illustration and continuous contact with reality, end quote. Engels. For example, although the development of the value forms, since it represents a generative logic, can be usefully illustrated with the apposite historical instances, an excessive reliance on historico-anthropological facts only does violence to theory. Moreover, any parallel between the historical and the logical order of appearance of categories is limited to the doctrine of circulation. As Marx pointed out early on, quote, it would be inexpedient and wrong to present the economic categories successively in the order in which they have played the dominant role in history, end quote. Marx. So that, for example, agricultural rent cannot be introduced into theory until the capitalist market is fully developed. Indeed, contrary to popular belief, quote, transition, end quote, is not the only dialectical method. In doctrines of production and distribution, where the methods of, quote, reflection and, quote, unfolding apply, the logical order frequently reverses the historical order. It is this point that most conventional Marxists seem to overlook, with the fixed idea that the dialectic consists only of the logic of transition, and that the latter reconfirms any historical sequence of events. They are led to a crude, quote, logical, historical, end quote, method. However, this historicism, an irrational combination of empiricism and historical determinism, profoundly distorts their conception of capitalism. Indeed, they see in the history of capitalism nothing but an unfolding of the devil's plan. Such a view, of course, I gotta fuck up my chair. Sorry. Such a view, of course, has nothing to do with the dialectic. Capitalism, if it consisted only of negative properties, would not have formed a historical society. Political economy does not teach only the negative side of capitalism. Rather, it teaches that with what remarkable ingenuity, subtleness, and cunning, capital organizes the economic life of society in a peculiarly commodity economic fashion. Moreover, it was Marx's belief that no one could truly criticize capitalism without first recognizing its positive accomplishments. Thus, in reviewing capitalism in its historical perspective, one always has to bear in mind what it can and cannot do. The tradition of the logical historical method, which conveniently enables Marxists to ignore the dialectic of capital and to come forward with wishful interpretations of historical materialism, has long been established, so that those who approach Marxism through the secondary literature and textbooks are inevitably trapped by this mesmerizing piece of, quote, epistemology. Quote, Marx was the first economist of top rank, end quote, writes Schumpeter, quote, to see and to teach systematically how economic theory may be turned into historical analysis and how the historical narrative may be turned into histoire raisonnée, end quote. Schumpeter. Greatly impressed by the, quote, chemical mixture of theory and history, unquote, supposedly accomplished by Marx, Schumpeter reasons that the German historical school, whose record is less spectacular, ought in principle to have done equally well or better. His decisive effort to remedy that shortfall, therefore, results in the picturesque theory of, quote, creative destruction, unquote, and, quote, entrepreneurial innovation, unquote. But Schumpeter's artistry is magnificent only in its visionary subjectivity, the objective logic of capital having completely disappeared in his unrestrained eulogy of the, quote, entrepreneurial spirit, unquote. In Schumpeter, one observes the logical historical method both at its best, in its most subtle guise, and at its worst, in terms of its pernicious influence on economic theory. Understandably, Schumpeter continues to be idolized by the practitioners of bourgeois economics, who are increasingly wary of the ghostly emptiness of their non-invertible theory. In contrast to Schumpeter's, Karl Polanyi's economic thought is far more sensible and essentially in agreement with the presuppositions of the dialectic of capital. Although he eschews the use of the word, quote, capitalism, there is no doubt that what Polanyi calls the, quote, self-regulating or price-making market, unquote, encapsulates the nature of capitalism. As an outstanding historian and anthropologist, Polanyi at once realizes that the organization of economic life exclusively by the principles of the market is both exceptional and devastating to humanity, and that such a thing is destined to be a brief historical interlude of no more than a century. Specifically, Polanyi considers the period between 1830 and 1914 to be the era of the self-regulating market. He also realizes that for the market to be self-regulating, and hence the exclusive method of integrating economic life, three fictitious commodities are essential, namely labor, land, and money. They are, in effect, the conversion of man, nature, and an institution into commodities. While Polanyi does not explain the logic of this proposition, it clearly agrees with the claim of the dialectic of capital that the synthesis of a purely capitalist society requires the commoditization of labor power, land, and idle funds. Unfortunately, Polanyi does not represent a theory of the self-regulating market, which is to say he does not show how such a thing is logically possible. As I wish to show, this constitutes a major weakness in Polanyi's doctrine. However, that does not seem to impair the soundness of his historical intuition. As on the one hand he admits the presence of the self-regulating market in history, and on the other he interprets it as a, quote, liberal utopia, which cannot be completely achieved. Indeed, the acuteness of Polanyi's observation is striking, for what Polanyi sees is the essential fact that capitalism's perfection in pure theory can never be entirely materialized in reality. This insight shields him from the commodity economic conception of history, which one might consider as a variation of the obsolete market mentality. I want you to know that I just swatted a fly and got it. Where the hell am I? Indeed, the acuteness of Polanyi's observation is striking, for what he sees is the essential fact that capitalism's perfection in pure theory can never be entirely materialized in reality. This insight shields him from the commodity economic conception of history, which one might consider as a variation of the, quote, obsolete market mentality, end quote. The market mentality consists of generalizing the mechanism of the self-regulating market to where it cannot operate because use values spurn it. In other words, it ignores the fact that the use values resist the integration of economic life by the principle of value, expecting the substantive economy to always and willingly submit itself to the sway of the market. Polanyi quite rightly dismisses such an illusion, recognizing the fact that substantive economic life not only can be, but also is in most cases, independent of the market, that is, of commodity economic regulation. If it is unwarranted to expect that the economic life of all societies is implicit or explicitly regulated by the market, neither is it reasonable to imagine that the dynamics of all societies, capitalist or not, should be governed by the same set of universal laws. Hence follows Polanyi's criticism of historical materialism. More specifically, Polanyi objects to the, quote, untenable stages theory of slavery, serfdom, and wage labor that is traditional with Marxism. That is traditional with Marxism, end quote. Polanyi, on the grounds that, quote, the character of the economy, end quote, is not exclusively, quote, set by the status of labor, end quote. Since, for example, quote, the integration of the soil into the economy is hardly less vital, end quote. Polanyi. Clearly what Polanyi criticizes here is the textbook, quote, periodization, end quote, of historical materialism, which comes with the assertion that a mode of production changes whenever a quantitative rise in the productive powers requires a qualitative rearrangement of the relations of production. It is as if historical progress could always be explained by a universal law of transition, which uncannily resembles the so-called dialectic of the transformation of quantity into quality. Such a simplistic view of history understandably repels Polanyi. However, as I have pointed out, the danger of the, quote, commodity economic conception of history, end quote, is not limited to the extended application of the laws of capitalism to non-capitalist societies. It also dilutes by reaction these capitalist laws themselves to axiomatic trivialities. Thus, the dialectic of commodity, money, and capital is understood no differently from the, quote, dialectic of slavery, serfdom, and wage labor. In the same vein, the economic theory of capitalism is expected to demonstrate how monopoly, quote, springs out of free competition, how decennial crises necessarily, quote, lead to, end quote, the rising up of the working class, and how capital accumulation, quote, foreshadows, end quote, the imminence of socialism. What makes Polanyi's economic thought both refreshing and valuable is its resolute refusal to entertain the facile logical historical method, even though it unambiguously recognizes the transience of capitalism in history. Following Karl Menger, Karl Polanyi distinguishes the two senses of the word, quote, economic, one being the formal sense of, quote, economizing, which has to do directly or indirectly with the optimizing behavior of market-based individuals, and the other being the substantive sense of, quote, techno-economic, end quote, which has to do with universal human need for, quote, material want satisfaction, end quote. Broadly speaking, the same distinction has always been adopted by the dialectic of capital, which talks of the, quote, commodity economic, end quote, organization of society's, quote, real economic, end quote, life. Indeed, in the Marxian tradition, the whole structure of economic theory is governed by the single principle of the contradiction between value, the commodity economic, and use values, the real economic. The dialectic of capital by itself signifies that capitalism, and only capitalism, is in principle capable of synthesizing the recurrent contradiction between the two opposing factors. Polanyi does not appear to see the fact that the self-regulating market, pure capitalism, can be brought to completion by the synthesis of, quote, economizing, parenthesis, value, and, quote, technical economic, parenthesis, use value, and parenthesis. As a historian, Polanyi rather seems to stress the impossibility of such a, quote, liberal utopia, end quote. This explains why Polanyi fails to develop a theory of the self-regulating market. Yet for the same reason, he realizes all the more clearly the absurdity and the precariousness of the regime, which leaves the techno-economic process of material want satisfaction entirely to the economizing behavior of anonymous individuals. This profound insight, however, compels Polanyi to face the difficult issue, which has so far not been satisfactorily solved, namely the old problem of political economy in the wider sense of, quote, pre-capitalist theoretical economy, end quote, which, as Engels wrote in 1894, was, quote, still to be brought into being, end quote, having been undertaken, quote, only by Marx in general outline, end quote. Engels. Jesus Christ, what the hell is that? Acorn? Political economy, in the narrower sense of inquiry into the nature of capitalism, must seek its theoretical foundation in the reifying force of the self-regulating market. Yet, as Polanyi discovers through his extensive investigations, markets play only a minor role in integrating the economic life of non-capitalist societies. If so, the first task of, quote, political economy in the wider sense, end quote, must be to establish a method for the study of real economic life without the assistance of commodity economic logic. Is this a feasible proposition? When Polanyi addresses himself to directly categorizing the substantive norms of economic life, circumventing the market, does Polanyi offer a defensible economic theory, that is to say, anything more than the classificatory scheme of reciprocity, redistribution, and the market? It is to this problem that we must now turn. When Marx and Engels formulated the materialistic conception of history, historical materialism in the German ideology of 1845 to 46, it was an ideological hypothesis which led them to the study of political economy. However, by 1859, when Marx summarized it in the introduction to a contribution to the critique of political economy, it had acquired another meaning. For not only had the study of political economy demonstrated the validity of historical materialism in the specific context of capitalist society, but in so doing it also sharply redefined the terms of its original propositions. For example, the meaning of the economic substructure, which was supposed to form the base of the ideological superstructure, would have remained quite vague had the dialectic of capital not demonstrated by its self-conclusiveness that there are such things as the general norms of economic life. The general norms of economic life, conceptually separable from the state and other superstructural institutions. The class relations of society could also be shown rigorously in economic terms only in the capitalist context. Neither would the idea of the correspondence between productive forces and production relations have become unambiguous, unless economic theory established the dependence of the value relation on the existing state of technology. By being this grounded on the economic theory of capitalism, historical materialism not only acquired a greater credibility as a hypothesis, but it also became a dependable method of inquiry into the economic life of pre-capitalist societies, relative to and in the light of capitalism, just as the, quote, anatomy of man is the key to the anatomy of the ape, end quote. Indeed, it was in this sense that Engels referred to political economy in the wider sense, by which he meant a comparative examination of pre-capitalist modes of production, while employing capitalism as the referent. When he credited Marx with having laid down the great outline of such studies, he presumably thought of various passing remarks in Capital and the Grundrisse. Engels himself subsequently made an important contribution to the field with his 1884 work, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, based on the work of L. H. Morgan. As is well known, both Marx and Engels increasingly devoted their attention to the account of pre-capitalist economic formations in their later years, although they left nothing as systematic as Marx's Capital in that field of study. Evidently, they took empirical works in history and anthropology very seriously. There was little trace of the, quote, market mentality, end quote, in their approach, nor were they in this connection dogmatic, quote, periodizers, end quote, of past history. Their study was in no essential way different from Polanyi's, quote, comparative economy, end quote, except that the more recent empirical works that Polanyi falls back on were not available to Marx and Engels. What is common to the founders of Marxism and Polanyi is the recognition that every society stands on the economy, that is, the production of use values, or, quote, the provision for material want satisfaction, end quote, and that there are only different ways in which the economy is socially, quote, instituted. The purpose of, quote, political economy in the wider sense, end quote, is to extract from the wealth of empirical studies in history and anthropology certain types of the, quote, economy as instituted process, end quote, and to contrast their differences with the capitalist economy. Since pre-capitalist economies, not being wholly regulated by the market, do not possess their own internal logic, the said, quote, types are only approximations and valid only by reference to capitalism. Of course, this does not mean that pre-capitalist economies should be observed as undeveloped forms of capitalism. On the contrary, their difference from capitalism must be emphatically stated, and the reasons examined. At this point, Polanyi's classification of the three integrative methods of economic life, reciprocity, redistribution, and markets, become meaningful, even if different types of economy cannot be mechanically characterized by different combinations of these methods. As Polanyi emphasized, reciprocity, which so struck Thornwald and Malinowski, is a particularly pervasive institution in primitive communities before the advent of the state, and redistribution more distinctively belongs to the sphere of the state. Historical materialism attaches great importance to the evolution of the ancient state, which Polanyi appears to take too lightly. There is, of course, no single way in which the state evolves from primitive or, quote, tribal or clannish, end quote, communities. It may be that tribal wars or the harshness of natural conditions of production introduce so-called Asiatic despotism. This form of the state, often merely a tribal federation, most liberally preserves the clannish constitution and remains stationary as long as it successfully withstands external influences of trade and warfare. The formation of the Greco-Roman state, on the other hand, cannot be explained without consideration of the devastating effects of trade and the monetary economy on prior tribal societies. This form of the ancient state, because of pervasive commerce and external conflicts motivated by it, cannot remain stationary. Thus, even though the two forms of the ancient state, Asiatic and Greco-Roman, both stand on slavery, the ancient significance of slave labor differs widely in the two cases. The Germanic form of the state, in which cities are conspicuously absent, may not even undergo a recognizable stage of slavery before it develops medieval serfdom directly from out of tribal societies. This does not mean that the, quote, stages theory of communal labor, slavery, serfdom, and wage labor is either untenable or irrelevant, as Polanyi might have construed it. It only means that empirical history is not meant to be axiomatically periodized according to this scheme. The stages, in the sense of, quote, periods of historical materialism, rather mark the extent to which man, the active agent of labor, is separated from nature, the objective conditions of man's labor. This separation, according to Marx, is most completely effected in the relation of wage labor and capital. In primitive societies, men live and work in communal organization, like animals in a herd, that is, as part of nature. When a master-servant relation establishes itself, the servant, a slave or a serf, becomes the active agent of labor vis-a-vis nature, but also belongs to the objective conditions of labor from the point of view of the master. Only free labor under capitalism completely releases man from nature. If this is so, Polanyi's objection to historical materialism and its lopsided emphases on labor, that it lopsidedly emphasizes labor and ignores the function of land and other natural conditions of the economy, cannot be defended. The stages of development of productive forces that provide the focus for historical materialism refers rather to the general conditions of use value production, material want satisfaction, including geographical, climatic, and other natural factors, and implies the degree to which human beings are liberated from their objective environment. From this point of view, there is clearly no conflict between historical materialism and Polanyi's approach to the comparative economy. Indeed, a synthesis of the two is bound to prove fruitful. For in order to study the economy of a past society, one must first establish its, quote, distance from capitalism, which constitutes the referent, thus situating that society within a proper historical perspective. The lack of this consideration on Polanyi's part makes his classificatory scheme quite empty. It is true, for example, that reciprocity is primarily the communal method of economic integration. But communities themselves evolve from kinship to clannish and tribal groups, to geographical communes and medieval villages, and then further on to modern cooperatives, a reciprocal relation is always present, but its economic content cannot remain the same. Similarly, the state always acts as the redistributor of wealth, but ancient feudal, bourgeois, and socialist states obviously carry out different redistributive functions. The same thing can be said of the function of markets in different historical epochs. It would be rash to generalize without considering the degree to which man sets himself apart from nature, that is to say, the degree to which the production of use values becomes a more genuine human activity. Indeed, the study of a pre-capitalist economic institution can be made much more profound and concrete if the specific combination of reciprocity, redistribution, and trade is appraised in historical context, rather than reduced to the relative preponderance of such abstract factors as, quote, symmetry, quote, centricity, and, quote, exchange, end quote. As already stated, economic theory is invertible if it recognizes the real economic life common to all societies within the capitalist integument of the universal market. It is the invertibility of economic theory that establishes historical materialism as the method of, quote, comparative economy, or, quote, political economy in the wider sense, end quote. Although economic theory is not directly applicable to non-capitalist societies, the economic life of such societies can be studied comparatively in the light of capitalism as soon as historical materialism is grounded on the economic theory of capitalism. As soon as historical materialism is grounded on the economic theory of capitalism. A comparative method employing capitalism as the referent is unavoidable since a non-capitalist economy has no inner logic of its own. The relation between, quote, political economy in the narrower sense, end quote, and, quote, in the wider sense, end quote, can be illustrated by chart 0.2. There's a chart here. At the top it says political economy in the broader sense, and it has arrows pointing left and right, and as well as down, so like diagonally. The next row below that, in the center, there's capitalist economic theory, and to the left is pointing to pre-capitalist economic theory, and to the right it's pointing to post-capitalist economic theory. And below the pre-capitalist economic theory, we have types of economic life, and below the box on the right, which says post-capitalist economic history, we have an arrow pointing down that says types of economic life. In the center, you have arrows pointing upward from the bottom, which goes from theory of a purely capitalist society to stages of capitalist development to capitalist economic history. And so I guess a theory of a purely, I guess at the bottom of these arrows, is the theory of a purely capitalist society, followed by stages of capitalist development, followed by capitalist economic history, and then only once you have that, you can begin to analyze pre-capitalist economic history and the various types of economic life there, and then post-capitalist economic history and the different types of economic life there. So that's kind of my description of what this chart is saying. But anyway, at the top level, and this is back to the text, at the top level is the concrete empirical study of economic history, and at the bottom level is the dialectic as a purely logical system. In the middle level is to be found the study of different types of instituted economies, of which the corresponding history is the concrete empirical dynamics. Only under capitalism do instituted economies mediate, quote, capital's logic, end quote, and, quote, history as, quote, stages of capitalist development, end quote. In other societies, the institutions must be inferred from history, and the role of economic theory is limited to merely ensuring that these institutions satisfy the general norms of economic life. the general norms of economic life. Recall that an economic institution that fails to satisfy these norms is bound to collapse and give way to another. New section, section C, from Capitalism to Socialism. Footnote. This section was written in the early years of the 1980s and now in retrospect appears quite inadequate, especially from about the middle half, section B, to the end. The author begs the readers interested in his more up-to-date view on the world economy in ex-capitalist transition to refer, for instance, to the article entitled Fiat Money and How to Combat Debt Deflation, published in Yagi et al.'s 2013 publication, or the article Towards a Critique of Bourgeois Economics, published in Sekine 2013. End footnote. Now that the scope of political economy in its narrower and wider sense has been considered, it is necessary to discuss how, in that light, one may approach the economic problems of today, including the prospect of socialism, a new historical society to follow capitalism. The dialectic of capital is often criticized for its seemingly apolitical stance. Specifically, it is accused of ignoring class struggles and the question of the transition from capitalism to socialism. It is true that the purpose of the dialectic is to expose the inner logic of capitalism, and that such concrete problems as class struggles and socialism do not properly belong to that context. But that does not mean that the dialectic is irrelevant to them. For example, the fact that the logical exposition of capitalism deliberately holds the institution of the state implicit does not mean that the theory of the bourgeois state could or should be developed independently of the dialectic of capital. On the contrary, the dialectic specifies the level of abstraction. What of the stages theory, at which such a problem can be correctly addressed? On the contrary, the dialectic specifies the level of abstraction, that of the stages theory, at which such a problem can be correctly addressed. What characterizes the approach of the dialectic of capital is that it clearly distinguishes between what occurs logically to capitalism and what occurs to capitalism for contingent and circumstantial reasons. The dialectic does not deny the importance of class struggles in socialism. The dialectic only claims that they are not exclusively logical problems, thus allowing them the maximum degree of freedom. This proposition is frequently denounced as being counter-revolutionary by the adherents of the logical historical method, but the refusal to accept their historical determinism is by itself neither revolutionary nor counter-revolutionary. The dialectic of capital merely proposes that it is both futile and foolhardy to discuss such questions as class struggle and socialism without a prior grasp of what capitalism is all about. Far too much has been said about these things by revolutionaries who appear to have no more than a popular and haphazard conception of capitalism. Hello. It is true that political economy shares much of its vocabulary with ordinary language, and this is often to its advantage, but an uncritical importation of day-to-day terms with their inevitable ambiguity and imprecision into political economy can also damage its scientific dependability. This danger is all too easily overlooked by those who ignore the dialectic of capital. Yet by circumventing it, nobody can hope to firmly grasp such a synthetic concept as capitalism. To see this, let us first examine some popular conceptions of capitalism. According to dictionaries, quote, capitalism, end quote, is supposed to mean the following. The Oxford Dictionary says, quote, the conditions of possessing capital or using capital for production. A system of society based on this, dominance of private capitalists, end quote. Webster says, quote, an economic system characterized by private or corporation ownership of capital goods, by investments that are determined by private decision rather than by state control, and by prices, production, and the distribution of goods that are determined mainly in a free market, end quote. Funk and Wagnalls says, quote, an economic system in which the means of production and distribution are, for the most part, privately owned and operated for private profit, end quote. Random House says, quote, an economic system in which investment in and ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange of wealth is made and maintained chiefly by private individuals or corporations, especially as contrasted to cooperatively and state-owned means of wealth, end quote. The American Heritage says, quote, an economic system characterized by freedom of the market with increasing concentration of private and corporate ownership of production and distribution means proportionate to increasing accumulation and reinvestment of profits. A political or social system regarded as being based on this, end quote. For the purposes of daily conversation and the newspaper commentary, these conceptions of capitalism may be quite adequate. It is obvious, however, that they cannot pass for a scientific definition of capitalism in political economy. What is immediately apparent from the above sections, however, is that the linguist could not have obtained material assistance from professional economists, for the latter, in most cases, have no more definite a concept of capitalism. Orthodox economists, particularly the neoclassical ones, simply refuse to define a, quote, socioeconomic, end quote, concept such as capitalism, although they nevertheless do not hesitate to use the term to mean the institution that realizes the desirable, quote, supremacy of the market, end quote, and promotes the use of privately owned capital goods. The institution that realizes the desirable, quote, supremacy of the market, end quote, and promotes the use of privately owned capital goods. Marxists, on the other hand, vacillate between two definitions of capitalism. One sees capitalism as a system of universal commoditization, in which even labor power becomes a commodity. The other sees capitalism as a system in which the means of production are privately owned and are concentrated in the hands of a few. I'm going to repeat that. Marxists, on the other hand, vacillate between two definitions of capitalism. One sees capitalism as a system of universal commoditization, in which even labor power becomes a commodity. The other sees capitalism as a system in which the means of production are privately owned and are concentrated in the hands of a few. These definitions are often thought to be equivalent, although no convincing proof has ever been advanced to justify that presumption. The first definition is, of course, not incorrect, but its implication can be understood at quite different levels. That is to say, capitalism can be either firmly or haphazardly grasped by the same definition. The second definition is so broad that it may also apply to the slave society of ancient Greece or elsewhere. Or if slaves could have exercised their right of private property robustly, they would not have been slaves. The question arising at this point concerns how a concept as synthetic as capitalism can ever be comprehensively defined. Relatively simpler concepts such as price, production, profits, and so on may be defined and illustrated in the usual fashion, that is, as in law or mathematics, at appropriate levels of abstraction, but it is clearly impossible to sufficiently describe the whole of capitalism in a formal statement such as, quote, it is a social institution satisfying the following properties, A, B, C, and so forth, end quote. If this were attempted, either the list of these properties would become endless, or of each of the finite numbers of properties would have to be supplemented by a multitude of notes and cross-references between them. In other words, a definition calls for more definitions until the subject to be defined evaporates in a process analogous to Hegel's, quote, spurious infinity. Actually, this is precisely what a synthetic concept means. As I say, a concept is synthetic if its formal descriptive definition degenerates into the bad infinity of Hegel. Clearly, capitalism is a synthetic concept in this sense. It is for this reason that many take refuge in vague, quote, ideal types, end quote, of capitalism, rather than insisting upon ineffective definitions. But an ideal type of capitalism is bound to be subjective and one-sided, thus requiring a strong ideological determination to defend it whenever it is confronted with another type, ideal type. Does this mean that a concept as synthetic as capitalism can never be specified? Not so. For a synthetic concept To be objective, it must be a copy of the self-formation or self-synthesis of reality, and this is accomplished by the method of the dialectic. Capitalism can be adequately defined only by the dialectic of capital, namely as a self-contained logical system of the motion of capital itself. Capitalism can be adequately defined only by the dialectic of capital, namely as a self-contained logical system of the motion of capital itself. Indeed, this is the method of Marx, who never proffered a Cartesian definition or a Weberian ideal type of capitalism, but only its definitional system as a copy of capital as it synthesizes itself. A copy of capital as it synthesizes itself. In other words, Marx defines capitalism, if at all, as a Begriff, a linguistic grasp or a rational comprehension, in the dialectical tradition of Hegel. Marx realized the vital point that only as a Begriff can a synthetic concept such as capitalism be defined objectively. The dialectic of capital merely refines what Marx has already done by establishing a purely capitalist society as the concrete synthetic definition of capitalism. If this is the case, it becomes perfectly clear that animated discussions on class struggles and socialism would be to no avail, unless they were firmly grounded on the dialectic of capital. Most Marxists appear to believe that the so-called free enterprise economy, which has evolved in the West after the Second World War, constitutes the most advanced stage of development of capitalism, often called, quote, state monopoly capitalism, and, quote, and consequently that the present economic and political problems of the West can be analyzed in the light of the laws of capitalism. This also implies that the existing tension between the East and West arises fundamentally from the confrontation of the two opposing regimes, the one socialist and the other capitalist. The same view seems to be shared, albeit with an opposing ideology, by anti-Marxists as well. Such an outlook, however, is at variance with the teachings of Uno and Polanyi, who say that capitalism proper, or the self-regulating market, ended its life with the First World War. According to Uno, the War of 1914 reflected the incapacity of finance capital to settle the problems of its own making by commodity economic means, and hence symbolized the end of the capitalist era in any meaningful sense. Indeed, the establishment of the Soviet state in Russia, in express opposition to capitalism, denied the latter once and for all any further claim to be a world historic order. To Polanyi, the fall of the pure international gold standard systems marked the end of the same era, since it meant the abdication of commodity money, one of the three, quote, fictitious commodities essential to the integral function of the self-regulating market. Even the gold exchange standard, which briefly ruled in the late 1920s, intimated the arrival of a new monetary order, the managed currency system. On the heels of that system, moreover, followed the public control of effective demand, which was to undermine the other two fictitious commodities, labor and land, which were vital to the self-regulation of the market. The classical doctrine regarded the class of landowners as unproductive, not only because they earned rental revenues, property income, through no effort of their own, but also because they consumed the whole of their income without adding to society's savings. The dialectic of capital accounts for this fact as stemming from the teleological coexistence of capital and landed property, an essential condition of capitalism. If landed property collected more rent than it could consume through an aimless maximization of rental revenues, society would save more than it could undertake to invest, making it possible for a Malthusian underconsumption to develop. Such a tendency, if not altogether absent, was quite limited during the liberal stage of capitalism, since the savings of the landowning class generally financed social capital, to the securing of which the capitalist class made little contribution. During the stage of imperialism, the diffusion of joint stock companies not only obscured the relation between capital and landed property, but also promoted the growth of intermediate classes together with many rentiers. At the same time, investments in heavy fixed capital demanded not only the savings generated from within industry, but also massive long-term funds arising from elsewhere. The social mobilization of such funds for industry was the task specifically entrusted to finance capital. But the consequent growth of monopolies atrophied the home market and bred the chronic tendency of an excess of capital. This made foreign investments by finance capital inevitable, which in turn led to the division of the world into colonies and imperialist wars. The War of 1914, however, put an end to this mode of capital accumulation. Man, my allergies are getting crazy. The policy of the state to boost the aggregate demand marks the demise of finance capital. Indeed, if sufficient investment opportunities remained at home or abroad, finance capital would have no difficulty in mobilizing society's savings and converting them into profitable investments. Only when political considerations restricted naked imperialism does finance capital, confined already to the atrophied home market, fail to maintain the savings investment linkage at a full employment level. The creation of effective demand by the state for an adequate utilization of society's resources, however, implies the failure of capital as capital. The monopoly firm, which once embodied finance capital, now becomes an anemic, quote, satisficer, a curious hybrid of capital and landed property, parasitic on the economic activity of the state. This also means that the conversion of labor power into a commodity loses its substance. The fact that this conversion is not accomplished by capital in its autonomous reproduction process reveals itself in the low position of the aggregate demand curve for labor. This conjuncture, if left alone, would determine a market-clearing wage rate well below the value of labor power, a condition which, under capitalism proper, would occur only cyclically. In the trough of depression. Because of the absence of dynamism on the part of genuine private capital, capable of spontaneously pulling itself out of the depressionary economy, the state must artificially create effective demand so as to raise the position of the aggregate demand curve for labor, which in turn determines a market-clearing wage rate somewhat above the value of labor power. The labor market is thus clearly not self-regulating, for even apart from collective bargaining, it determines a commodity economically arbitrary price for labor power. Similar considerations apply to the pricing of land. At first sight, it might appear that land became more commodity-like after the liberal era because of the visible increase in real estate transactions in recent times. But a commodity economically rational price of land must gravitate towards the capitalized value of rental revenues in the light of the ruling rate of interest. Land prices today do not tend to settle to such a standard because the fusion of capital and landed property makes the market regulation of rents impossible. And the, quote, managed currency system, end quote, consists of dictating any arbitrary rate of interest that the circumstances warrant. Thus, the commoditization of land also no longer retains its capitalist rationality. Indeed, in the absence of capital, the price of no commodity can be rationally explained. Universal commoditization is, of course, an essential feature of capitalism, but this does not simply mean that use values are extensively traded. Rather, it means that they tend to be traded for capitalistically rational prices, that is, prices that are consistent with the subsumption of the real economy by capital. As Polanyi claims, the three fictitious commodities of money, labor, and land are essential components of the self-regulating market. However, I have just shown that there are no longer commodities in any substantive, capitalist rational sense in the present-day, quote, free enterprise system, even though they still retain the commodity form superficially. Formally, if not substantively, in this light, the dialectic of capital cannot recognize the present system as constituting a world historic stage of capitalist development. Rather, it represents a phase of transition away from capitalism towards socialism. This means that the dynamics of this system cannot properly be studied as an episode of capitalist economic theory, and that an application of the method of, quote, political economy in the wider sense, end quote, is required for its analysis. It also means that the present-day practice of class struggles can be neither dictated by nor accounted for strictly in terms of the laws of capitalism. It must instead be evaluated and developed in the light of the concrete working of the contemporary, quote, free enterprise, end quote, system. Although this is not an appropriate place for an in-depth examination of its basic features, the following brief remarks may nevertheless suffice. The effective demand policy of the state is not confined to mere pump priming, which has in any case proven to be ineffective, but rather takes the form of regular government outlays of a magnitude approximating to 20% or more of gross national product. A collusion of the bureaucracy and the large oligopolistic business enterprises becomes unavoidable. For indeed, the purchase of goods and services from millions of scattered small firms is administratively cumbersome and inefficient. Government contracts tend to be awarded to large firms equipped with so-called, quote, technostructure, the development of which is in the interest of both the state and the firms. Indeed, as Galbraith has pointed out, the technostructure forms the core area in which the accumulation of capital and the development of technology are concentrated in today's, quote, free enterprise system. From this follows two significant trends. First, the market no longer functions as a rational allocator of resources, but turns into an expropriatory mechanism in favor of large firms at the expense of the small. Second, the development of megatechnology, namely technology that is environmentally harmful and detracts from the enrichment of civilian economic life, tends to be encouraged. The reactionary character of the present system springs from these two related sources that has indeed become increasingly obvious through the 1960s and 1970s. At first, the post-war application of the aggregate demand policy by the state appeared to promise the realization of a, quote, affluent society, end quote, freed from the terror of periodic crises. Indeed, such a policy may have significantly raised the consumption level of the masses, but the vigorous pursuit of economic growth and the protracted Vietnam War during the 1960s profoundly distorted the structure of the American economy. Mega technology, which devastates the living environment and squanders primary resources, was installed there as an arm of effective demand policy. While economically sounder and more traditional ways of life were directly and indirectly brought to ruin. The international competitiveness of the United States consequently deteriorated until the suspension of the dollar's convertibility into gold became unavoidable. The weakening of the American economy after the collapse of the IMF regime was further aggravated by the international petroleum crisis in the early 1970s. Since that time, the, quote, free enterprise and, quote, economy of the West has been unable to extricate itself from the persistent and deepening stagflation, an ominous phenomenon which implies a divorce of money and credit from the real economy. a divorce of money and credit from the real economy. Stagflation cannot be explained away as being merely due to technical errors in the application of macroeconomic policies, nor can it be corrected by an appropriate mix of such policies. The demise of finance capital has compelled the state to actively enforce effective demand policies, but the state cannot openly interfere at the supply side in the literal sense of the economy. So long as the principle of free enterprise continues to be upheld. Hence, in its lopsided economic planning, the state must depend on and promote the interests of the existing large oligopolistic firms. In other words, with arbitrarily reallocating resources to them, the state cannot fulfill its public responsibility of maintaining a high level of employment. At the same time, however, the productive capability and structure of society further depart from that which best serves the welfare of its population. If the state assists, quote, pyramid builders, and quote, by guaranteeing them high profits with tax money or printed money, a full employment may be achieved. But under such an artificially contrived full employment, the producers of other things that are more important to life find themselves deprived of resources and unable to run profitable businesses. Since the market is no longer, quote, self-regulating, and quote, it does not correct relative prices between, quote, pyramids and other things. Instead, it accelerates inflation. If the state, therefore, restricts credit in order to control inflation, the pyramid builders cheerfully stop production, laying off their workers, for they can now earn usurious interest on their money, which they can no longer use for accumulation or real capital formation. Recall that they are hybrids of capital and landed property. Other producers, already weakened through years of neglect and exploitation, are powerless to reverse this trend. On the contrary, many go out of business in view of the high cost of credit. Thus, money runs its course with little bite in the real economy. Excuse me. Surprising as it may seem, capitalism cannot be blamed for such an absurd situation. Indeed, stagflation could not occur if the market were truly self-regulating. Stagflation is undoubtedly an offspring of economic distortions created by the effective demand policy of the state, the policy which arose only after the dissolution of finance capital. The last of the dominant forms of capital. Capitalism has many flaws, but not on account of its logic being self-contradictory, as is often erroneously believed. Capitalism can form a historical society because all its inner contradictions are logically, dialectically synthesizable. The dialectic of capital, as opposed to conventional Marxism, proves that capitalism possesses a consistent system of logic, which enables it to satisfy the general norms of economic life common to all societies, and hence that it does not tend to permanently misallocate resources in the way the post-capitalist, quote, free enterprise and, quote, economy does. Contrary to the assertion of historical determinists, the operation of capitalism does not logically lead to its own self-destruction. Rather, it ceases to exist when external conditions on the use-value side become sufficiently unfavorable to the operation of its logic, as they did after the War of 1914. I'm going to repeat that sentence because a lot of it's in italics. Contrary to the assertion of historical determinists, the operation of capitalism does not logically lead to its own self-destruction. Rather, it ceases to exist when external conditions on the use-value side became sufficiently unfavorable to the operation of its logic, as they did after War of 1914. The post-capitalist, quote, free enterprise economy, in contrast, has no comparable logical integrity, and so its development can produce an economically sound result. That is, a situation that fails to satisfy the general norms of economic life. To ignore this important distinction between capitalism proper and the post-capitalist, quote, free enterprise and, quote, economy, by merely calling the latter, quote, state monopoly capitalism, end quote, may satisfy the logical historical method which argues that capitalism is now at last in its predictable phase of logical disintegration. But such a view only serves to obscure a proper image of socialism to come, and thus to misguide class struggles aimed at its achievement. Just as the, quote, free enterprise system of the West cannot be regarded as capitalism, properly speaking, neither can the, quote, centrally planned centrally planned command economy, unquote, of the East be regarded as socialism proper. Marxists generally take socialism to be a transitional step towards communism, although they refrain from specifying the latter for fear of committing a utopian blunder. They nevertheless seem to vaguely conceptualize it as the ultimate dream of humanity, a land of Sekine, where abundance prevails over scarcity. From this follows the untenable idea that any mobilization of resources, which is presumed to accelerate the advancement of productive forces, deserves to be named, quote, socialism. The speed with which the Soviet Union managed to build its industrial capability is therefore hailed as the finest example of socialist accomplishment. Completely ignoring the social consequences of that development. That's not what Sekine is saying, but I'm saying if we're all talking about people who applaud this industrial development generally forget that it came at tremendous human cost. However, socialism, properly speaking, must be an antithesis of capitalism and cannot be meaningfully posited except as an inverse image of the dialectic of capital. To simply conceive of socialism as an economic regime founded on the public ownership of the means of production is just as unreasonable as to define capitalism by the private ownership of the means of production. Socialists have always derived their inspiration from a critique of capitalism, and this, of course, is as it should be. One must realize, however, that capitalism by its very nature is an institution singularly open to criticism. The fact that its theoretical perfection can never be realized in history, or as Polanyi would put it, the fact that a completely self-regulating market is a liberal utopia, makes criticisms of capitalism for its failures an easy matter. Such criticisms, however, do not strike at the root of capitalism, nor do they clarify the essential properties of socialism as an alternative to it. In order to arrive at the true sense of socialism, one must criticize capitalism as a whole, and at its best rather than for its very contingent partial failings, be it in terms of alienation, insatiability, iniquity, misery, or repression. The dialectic of capital shows that capitalism, in its cyclical phase of, quote, average activity, end quote, approximates an ideal state, a liberal utopia, in which the existing resources tend to be optimally located for the production of all use values. These use values are supposed to be produced with the most efficient utilization of available techniques, and in such quantities as exactly correspond to the pattern of social demand, which moreover is freely and spontaneously formed without the intervention of extra economic forces. The workers are paid adequate wages for the reproduction of their labor power and enjoy a historically feasible standard of living in a state close to full employment. The majority of capitalists earn average profits in all industries. What is wrong with this near-ideal situation, so appealing to the liberals, in which the partial failings of capital are minimized? Most Marxists would quickly point out that even in this case surplus value is appropriate, which is to say that a large number of workers deprived of means of production are obliged to support the idle few belonging to the propertied class. If so, the simple way to placate their moral indignation would be to transfer the ownership of the means of production from the capitalist class to the state, so that part of surplus value which the capitalists use to consume privately would now be made available for public consumption. Indeed, it is on the basis of this understanding that the bureaucratic, quote, command economy, end quote, has been built. I believe that this critique of the liberal utopia is fundamentally faulty, and the Marxist solution based on it quite inadequate. The true limitations of capitalism, even in its ideal state, lies in the fact that all use values are produced as value. That is to say, they are produced with indifferent labor. Productive labor, an essential basis of human activity, is under capitalism destined to be a necessary evil, unfulfilling drudgery and a source of disutility, which may be compensated by amenities to be enjoyed later. By making labor indifferent, capitalism logically prevents it from being. By making labor indifferent, capitalism logically prevents labor from being, quote, life's prime want, end quote, as Marx described it. Even in a liberal utopia in which the standard of living may be considered, quote, affluent, this problem persists, for it is a systemic failure of capitalism as a human society, not a partial aberration resulting from contingent circumstances. From this follows the conclusion that socialism would be meaningless if it failed to promise a society so organized as to overcome the disutility of labor. From this follows the conclusion that socialism would be meaningless if it failed to promise a society so organized as to overcome the disutility of labor. Such a goal may not be immediately attainable, even with a widespread application of automation and robotics to industry. Yet the total lack of its consideration disqualifies the bureaucratic, quote, command economy as genuine socialism. Indeed, such problems as material incentives for labor and the ideological education of the workers arise precisely because the command economy presupposes labor to be a form of punishment. On this basis, the central planning method of the East, which not only dictates the vector of social demand from above, but also directly interferes with the supply side of economic activity, tends to be even more repressive than the so-called, quote, free enterprise system of the West. Indeed, in its most liberal form, the centrally planned economy, as conceived by economists today, is no better than a complete simulation of the market by the computer. The above considerations suggest that conventional Marxism, with its facile logical historical method, has thoroughly obfuscated the problem of socialism versus capitalism with the ambiguous notion of state monopoly capitalism. It confuses that problem with the current East-West relation and directs class struggles in the wrong direction, for class struggles aimed at replacement of the contemporary, quote, free enterprise and, quote, system of the West with the centrally planned command economy of the East will not accomplish a proper socialism at all. If a truly meaningful socialism is to be constructed, one must first grow out of conventional Marxism. In particular, one should resolutely break the spell of historical determinism and examine the irrational and reactionary character of the existing regime without prejudice. The dialectic of capital is a basic conceptual framework that enables one to face this important task. Only through a rigorous study of the inner logic of capitalism, as presented by the dialectic of capital, can one see the future course of human society. See what the future course of human society might be like. At the end of this book, I intend to return to the problem of socialism again and outline its possibilities. Okay, everybody, so that is the end of the introduction to Thomas Sekine's The Dialectic of Capital, a study of the inner logic of capitalism. Thank you so much for listening.